السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. Distinguished guests, teachers, members of the panel of judges, and fellow students, I would like to thank you on behalf of the Immersive Environmental Group and welcome you for joining us on this wonderful morning for the 22nd cycle of the Inter-College College Environmental Public Speaking Competition. My name is Rami Adel Al-Tahir Al-Hadi. I'm honored to be your MC for today. الضيوف الكرام وأعضاء هيئة التدريس وأعضاء لجنة التحكيم والطلبة الأعزاء، نيابة عن مجموعة عمل الإمارات للبيئة أرحب بكم وأشكركم على الانضمام إلينا في هذا الصباح الرائع في الدورة 22 من مسابقة الخطابة البيئية بين الكليات والجامعات. اسمي رامي عادل الطاهر الهادي، ويشرفني أن أكون مقدما للمسابقة الخطابة البيئية. So before we start, I would like to share some important housekeeping notes. There are 2 emergency exits to the right and 1 exit to the left. There will not be a fire drill today, so if you hear a fire alarm, please exit the auditorium safely. We request to refrain from using the front door while exiting the back door to enter or exit from the auditorium. And we request you also to refrain from using the front door while exiting the auditorium. There's a back door just in the end of the steps. Please use that back door to enter or exit the room. This is to avoid any cause of disturbance to the team presenting on stage. We also highly advise you to not use your door while a presentation is ongoing. There will be 1 minute gap between presentations, which you can be used to exit the auditorium. There's a prayer room available. Please ask EEG team for directions. The presenting teams must remove their mask off while presenting. The competition is broadcasting live on EEG's channel on YouTube. For those wish to view, share it, and send it to their families, friends, institutes, and peers. قبل أن نبدأ، أود مشاركة الإرشادات التنظيمية معكم. يوجد مخرجان الطوارئ على اليمين ويوجد مخرج على اليسار، لأن يكون هناك تمرين الحريق اليوم. إذا سمعتم إنذار الحريق يرجى الخروج من القاعة بأمان. نطلب منكم الامتناع عن استخدام الباب الأمامي أثناء خروجكم من القاعة. يوجد باب خلفي في نهاية الدرجات. يرجى استخدام الباب الخلفي للدخول أو الخروج من القاعة، هذا لتجنب أي سبب من الإزعاج الفريق الذي يقدم عرضه على خشبة المسرح. ننصحكم بشدة بعدم استخدام الأبواب أثناء العرض التقديمي. ستكون هناك دقيقة واحدة راحة بين العروض، والتي يمكنكم استخدامها للخروج من القاعة. توجد غرفة للصلاة. من فضلكم اسألوا فريق مجموعة عمل الإمارات للبيئة عن الاتجاهات. يجب على الفرق التقديم إزالة الأقنعة أثناء تقديم البرزنتيشن أو العرض. يتم بث المسابقة مباشرة على قناة مجموعة عمل الإمارات للبيئة على اليوتيوب لأولئك الذين يرغبون بإرسالها ومشاركتها أيضا مع أصدقائهم أو عائلاتهم أو معاهدهم أو أقرانهم. First, I would like to request everyone to please rise the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates. أود أن أطلب من الجميع أن يرددوا معنا النشيد الوطني لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. we will commence the day with some verses from the Holy Quran. نبدأ اليوم بآيات عطرة من القرآن الكريم.
يكاد زيتها يضيء ولو لم تمسسه نار نور على نور نور على نور يهدي الله لنوره من يضرب الله الأمثال للناس والله بكل شيء عليم في بيوت أذن الله أن ترفع ويذكر فيها اسمه في بيوت أذن الله أن ترفع ويذكر يسبح له فيها بالغدو والآصال رجال لا تلهيهم تجارة ولا بيع عن ذكر الله وإقام الصلاة وإيتاء الزكاة يخافون يوما تتقلب فيه القلوب والأبصار ليجزيهم الله أحسن ما عملوا ليجزيهم الله أحسن ما عملوا ويزيدهم من فضله والله يرزق من يشاء بغير حساب.
صدق الله العظيم. And now, please join me in welcoming the co-founder and chairperson of Immerse Environmental Group, Ms. حبيبة المرعشي, to give the opening address. أرجو أن تنضموا إلي في الترحيب بعضو مؤسس ورئيسة مجموعة عمل الإمارات للبيئة السيدة حبيبة المرعشي لإلقاء كلمة الافتتاح.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Can I please ask you to come forward? Can we nicely come together? It is more intimate. We can focus more. Thank you very much, Ladies and gentlemen, my dear students, welcome to the teams who are joining us today, and welcome back to the teams who have been with us yesterday, both physically and virtually. As Rami mentioned, this is the 22nd year that we are doing this beautiful program. And one of the new characteristics of this cycle is that we have extended it from a 2-day program to a 4-day program. Since the day we started Emirates Environmental Group, our main focus has and will continue to be to build the capacity of the future generation, to mold the future generation to be environmentalists, all-rounded people, understanding, sensitizing, and interacting with what is surrounding them. We understand that there are so many distractions in the modern day of living, but it is very important that we not lose focus of what is important. This program comes at a very wonderful time and a very important time. The world has just finished 2 weeks meetings in Egypt at the COP, Conference of the Parties, which was number 27. It's a program that takes place every year, conducted by United Nations Environment Program, but with all the UN agencies converging together, as well as government entities from all over the world. Many discussions are taking place. So as youth, you should be following these things very, very closely, because it's actually going to affect you. This is your future. So you have to ensure that what is being discussed today and tomorrow is really for the interest and benefit of your generations and the ones that come after you. Usually before I start of the program and everything, I like to give our audience a brief of what we are all about and what we do. Yesterday I talked about our aluminium collection campaign, and I talked about cleanup UAE campaign. Today I would like to talk about other 2 programs, one that is already finished and the other one that is about to be conducted in December. Last month we did a series of students' workshop, and this is an annual program that we have been doing it since 2001. We engage students from all over the country in different age groups every day specific to that particular age group, and we work with the students. It's a workshop. So it's hands-on doing things, not just theoretical, sending a message. It's not a one-way traffic. It's as much as we give, we take. And it is a 2-way discussion, communication, engagement. And we believe this is one of the most effective ways of really inculcating environmental teachings and learnings into the future generation, and making them understand issues and encourage the critical thinking amongst the future generation, and nurturing them really towards the direction of environmentalism. In the group, in the family of Emirates Environmental Group, we have hundreds, if not thousands, of students that are members of this organization, those of them who join every year this year, and those who have been with us for more than 1 decade. We see the children grow into beautiful, eloquent, strong, capable adults, very proactive, engaging in different ways with their own local communities, and seeing the results. When I see a 12-year-old student coming to the organization with 5,000 kgs of paper collected by her and her parents through the support of the neighbors, it really makes me very happy. It gives me the energy to continue. It tells me that the future is in good hands. But I don't want to see 1 or 2 or 10 or 20. This should be the normal norm. Understanding the importance of the resources. That's why when we choose the verses of the Holy Quran that we put for you, it's very carefully selected. We want to draw attention to who we are, what is our role in this planet. And in our holy book, the Quran, it tells us very clearly of how the creation of the planet, of the resources, what is the role of us human beings as the custodians of the planet. So I really hope that you enjoyed that first part of this program. Another program that I would like to share with you before we start the program is a beautiful program called For Our Emirates We Plant. This is a program that we started in 2007 at the invitation of the United Nations Environment Program, which was called Plant for the Planet. We studied this program to see how feasible it is and how well accustomed it is with our own strategy and philosophy and objectives. And we found that it fits very well. Contrary to the misconception that because we are a desert environment, so we should not encourage the urban afforestation program. Actually, it opened a wonderful door for us. We came to know about our native species, the characteristics of the native species, what can and what cannot grow, what is required, what is the value added of these species. And we confidently rolled out For Our Emirates We Plant. And from 2007 until today, we have planted 2,110,000, and if I'm not mistaken, 585 trees. This is a program that we usually do it during the cool months of the year. So we started in October, and it will be continuing until the month of March and April. Then we go back to October next year. We have, created carbon sinks in the country. We have had an impact through this program of encouraging the local bees to cultivate and to grow and to increase in number. Today, this is an interest amongst the youth of the country to go for beekeeping. And it is creating slowly a culture. It's coming back, actually. This was for our forefathers, now it is coming back. We have planted and created protected areas. One of the protected areas that we have been involved in, we have planted in there more than 8,000 cedar trees, and I'm sure anyone sitting in this room will understand what is the importance of cedar trees in our culture. Jojoba tree, for those who understand it in English as well. It's one of the most important trees for its medicinal value, nutritional value, traditional value, all together combined. And that has attracted millions of bees to create their hives and produce honey to a commercial level. So you are seeing the socio-economic impact of this kind of programs. So I just wanted to share with you that when you create an organization, you have to look at, and I don't see why we cannot create more organization in any country, for that matter, to see what are the issues of importance and how we can work on pushing the agenda forward. Of course, this is not done by EEG solo. This is all effective partnership with different stakeholders and partners, be it government organization, private sector, academic institutions, other NGOs, similar like-minded organizations, international bodies. We all come together to ensure that what we are delivering is adding value to our societies, to our country on the global level. So these are some of the issues that I wanted to share with you. I know this is not what you are seeing on the screen, but this is what is usually my style. I write another speech, but I end up speaking something else. So what was the result for us in the GCC countries, for example, as part of the COP27 that just finished in Egypt? I'll give you two important outcomes that I observed. Saudi Arabia unveiled 66 new initiatives. These projects are based on 4 primary pillars: circular carbon economy, increasing vegetation cover, and lowering degraded lands. That's exactly urban afforestation process that we are doing. Safeguarding wildlife habitats and biodiversity, and that happens with urban afforestation as well. and fostering sustainability through everything that we do. We come home, UAE. UAE's participation at the conference reinforced commitments to cut emissions, meet the goals of Paris Agreement, and adopt a sustainable economic pathway aligned to achieve net zero that the UAE government announced it last year by 2050. So whatever we are doing from now moving forward, every step that we are taking on an individual level as well as on an institutional and country level is how do we reach net zero by 2050. There's a lot that will evolve, is evolving, and it's good that it gives you an opportunity on whichever level you are, how you want to engage with that, there is something for you to do. So we come back today to the topics that we have put for you for the course of the 4 days. These topics are not decided by myself or my team at Emirates Environmental Group. These are the outcomes of the feedback forms of last year, whereby the students and the teachers collectively wrote their suggestions. And through that, it went through a process of sifting through it, thematizing it, sending it to a full list of resourceful people, and resulting in the choosing of the topics that we have put in front of you. Of course, taking into consideration the relevance of those topics to our current scenario. The topic of today is a very important topic: conserving the true lungs of the planet, key to preventing climate change. Yesterday's presentations were beautiful. It was talking about the correlation between the water security and the food security. And the student community, I tell you, you never cease to amaze us. Wonderful research done, very thorough, deep into the issues. The outcomes was incredible. The teams were very engaged, very passionate when they were speaking and presenting their cases and putting effective solutions for all of us to understand and to take heed of it and to actually implement it. I hope that we have succeeded in igniting the fire within you, the fire of passion, to really look forward and to feel that you are one individual that matters, that your contributions has an impact and effect. So the outcome of the 21 teams that participated yesterday was announcing the winner, University of Bolton Academic Center in Ras Al Khaimah. And of course, we had the runners up, the first runner-up and second runner-up. Today's topic as well is a very important topic. It covers and touches on several of the important UN Sustainable Development Goals. And I would like to kindly request you as students, these are 17 goals. Memorize them if you have. Let it be part of what you are doing. Whenever you are doing something, say, which goal am I touching on? You are going to the supermarket, you are buying your clothes. Which goal are you targeting? How are you impacting? And how are you contributing positively? You matter, every single human being. The 8 billion that was announced last month matters. In the last 11 years, we have increased by 1 billion people. So that's not a small number. It means the global population is increasing and increasing. There are so many challenges, but at the same time, there are so many opportunities. So I hope, inshallah, that you will enjoy the day, as I was very happy to see yesterday's team enjoying themselves, interacting, engaging, talking to each other, networking outside, and that was very lively scene to see from an organizer perspective. Next year, inshallah, we will be having here COP28. And from Expo 2020, we learned good lessons. One of the things that we did in Expo last year is we opened the competition to more than just the Arab countries, and we received good number of participating teams from Asian countries as well as from European countries. So taking the opportunity as well of COP28, inshallah, next year, it will be in November, Our inter-college environmental public speaking competition will open its doors to teams from outside of the Arab world. And that will really show how we as a country inclusive and participatory process to ensure that we do find the solutions for our collective challenges. So without further ado, I hope that you sit back and relax and enjoy yourselves. Last but not the least, I would like to thank our wonderful panel of judges. Yesterday, I was looking at them, peeping from now and then to see how they were doing. I was so amazed to see the intent, the focus of the jury panels on the screen and on the speakers. I'm sure as the day went by, they found it more and more difficult to decide, in their opinion, who the winner were. But when the results came out on the screens, it was amazing, you know, how competitive this program was yesterday. The winner was, I remember correctly, 176. The first runner-up was 175, and the second runner-up was 174 points. So you can see the points difference is 1 only. So sit, relax, and be prepared to have a very competitive day as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Habiba, for the uplifting speech. شكرا لك السيدة حبيبة المرعشي على الخطاب المميز. So each year we invite a distinguished panel bilingual experts to judge the competition. And this year is no different. Today we have with us Mr. Mansour Farid, the Chief Engineer, China State Construction Engineering and Middle East. Mr. Christopher Inquiry, Sustainability Engineer and Product and Developer, Al Bayadir International. Mr. Haytham Ibrahim, Property Operations Manager, ICD Brockfield Place. And Ms. Reem Khalaf, Environmental Management and Sustainability Analyst, Accenture and Middle East. Respected judges, thank you. Thank you so much for taking the time out for your busy schedules to join us. It is highly appreciated. ندعو كل عام لجنة متميزة من الخبراء ثنائي اللغة للحكم على المسابقة، وهذا العام لا يختلف عن سابقيه. معنا اليوم السيد منصور فريد، كبير المهندسين شركة الصين الحكومية للهندسة الإنشائية في الشرق الأوسط. السيد كريستوف إنكوري، مهندس الاستدامة ومطور المنتجات، البيادر الدولية. السيد هيثم إبراهيم، مدير عمليات الممتلكات، ICD بروكفيلد بليس. والسيدة ريم خلاف، محلل الإدارة البيئية والاستدامة، أكنشر ميدل إيست. نشكر لجنة التحكيم ونقدر وقتكم الثمين واقتطاعكم من جداولكم المزدحمة للانضمام إلينا، فشكرا لكم. The topic that teams are being assessed for today is conserving the true lungs of the planet, key to preventing the climate change. الموضوع الذي يتم تقييم الفرق بناء عليه اليوم هو الحفاظ على الرئة الحقيقية للكوكب، مفتاح لمنع تغير المناخ. Dear students, we are excited to hear you what you have prepared for us today. But before we start and move on to the presentations, I would like to share some important points to remember. The time given to each team will be exactly 10 minutes. The speakers will hear 2 bells go off during their presentations. The first bell indicates that 8 minutes have passed, and the second bell indicates your 10 minutes is up. Points will be deducted if the teams exceed the allotted time limit. Also, point will be deducted if the teams merely read from the paper, screen, and iPad. الطلاب الأعزاء، نحن متحمسون لسماع ما عددتموه لنا اليوم، ولكن قبل أن ننتقل إلى العروض التقديمية أود مشاركة بعض النقاط المهمة معكم والتي يجب ذكرها. الوقت الممنوح لكل فريق سيكون 10 دقائق بالضبط. سوف يسمع المتحدثون جرسين أثناء تقديمهم. يشير الجرس الأول إلى مرور 8 دقائق، ويشير الجرس الثاني إلى انتهاء 10 دقائق. سيتم خصم النقاط إذا تجاوزت الفرق الحد الزمني المخصص، وسيتم خصم النقاط أيضا إذا قرأت الفرق من الورق أو الشاشة. Please take note of the agenda and the order in which you will be presenting, as we only have 1 minute in between each presentation. In order to ensure we are on schedule, please be ready to present before your time. If you are the next team to present, please come down and be seated on the second row and reach out the EG team beside the stage. يجدر انتباه على الوقت عرض الفريق والترتيب، حيث لدينا دقيقة واحدة فقط بين كل عرض تقديمي لضمان التزامنا بالجدول الزمني. يرجى الاستعداد للتقديم قبل موعدك. إذا كنت الفريق التالي الذي سيقدم، يرجى الجلوس في الصف الثاني والتواصل مع فريق مجموعة عمل إمارات البيئة بجانب المسرح. For the teams who are presenting virtually, please start sharing your screens and turn your cameras on once your team name is announced. Only the teams presenting should share their screens and switch their cameras on. Points will be deducted if the judges are not be able to see you on the screen. للفرق التي تقوم بالتقديم بشكل افتراضي، يرجى البدء في مشاركة شاشتك وتشغيل الكاميرات بمجرد الإعلان عن اسم فريقك. يجب على الفرق المشاركة فقط مشاركة شاشاتها وتشغيل الكاميرات الخاصة بهم. سيتم خصم النقاط إن لم يتمكن الحكام من رؤيتك على الشاشة. We have already received the presentation that all the teams have sent out earlier, and we do not recommend any team to request for amendments today. I would like to make it very clear that we are strong believers in the quality of work, and we believe that submitting the right quality of presentation from the beginning is very important, and it teaches you to meet the respect the time constraints and the vital importance of the time management in the academic and corporate setting, or even at the personal level. If there are any requests for changes, judges will be informed and a total of 5 marks will be deducted from the final score. لقد تلقينا بالفعل العروض التقديمية التي أرسلتها جميع الفرق في وقت سابق، ولا نوصي أي فريق بطلب التعديلات اليوم. أود أن أوضح أننا نؤمن بجودة العمل، ونعتقد أن تقديم العرض التقديمي الجيد من البداية أمر مهم، ويعلمك تلبية واحترام قيود الوقت وأهمية الحيوية لإدارة الوقت في بيئة جامعية وشركات أو حتى على المستوى الشخصي. إذا كان هناك طلب لإجراء أي تغييرات، فسيتم إبلاغ الحكام، وسيتم خصم إجمالي 5 نقاط من النتيجة الإجمالية والنهائية. There are total of 50 points for the competition. Each judge will allocate points on the basis of 1. Clarity of speech, it is 10 points. Originality of ideas, it is 15 points. Assessment of environmental impact and solutions, 15 points. Presentation of research evidence, 10 points. هناك إجمالي 50 نقطة للمنافسة على الأسس الآتية: وضوح الكلام ستكون 10 نقاط، وأصالة الأفكار ستكون 15 نقطة، تقييم الأثر البيئي والحلول 15 نقطة، وأخيرا عرض الأدلة البحث 10 نقاط. We will have the 3 breaks today. We will have 3 breaks today which will be announced. The first one is the mid-morning refreshment break, and the second for the lunch break. The third break will be mid-afternoon refreshment break at the end of the competition, whereby the judges will be deliberating the scores and finalizing the winners. I would like to request all participants to be aware of the time allotted for each team. سيكون لدينا 3 فترات راحة اليوم، والتي سيتم إعلان عنها. الأولى هي استراحة منتصف الصباح لتناول المرطبات، والثانية هي استراحة الغداء، والاستراحة الثالثة ستكون استراحة منتصف الظهيرة لتناول المرطبات في نهاية المسابقة، حيث تتداول الحكام النتائج لإعلان الفائزين. لذا أود أن أطلب من جميع المشاركين أن يكونوا على دراية بالوقت المخصص لكل فريق. Before I call upon the first speakers, I am repeating few key housekeeping points. I would like to request everyone to be seated and refrain from going in and out in between the presentation to avoid distractions. I would also like to remind you kindly switch off your mobile phones or put them on silent mode. We request you to refrain the front door while exiting the auditorium. There is a back door just in the end of the steps. To avoid any cause of disturbance to the team presenting on stage. I would like also to draw your attention to respect the utilities so generously provided by Dubai International Academic City, and is sure to maintain the cleanliness of the facility. Students, you have been provided with name badges, so please make sure that it is visible all the time. قبل أن أعطي الكلمة للمتحدثين الأوائل، أكرر بعض النقاط المهمة والتنظيمية الرئيسية. أود أن أطلب من جميع الجلوس والامتناع عن الدخول والخروج بين العروض التقديمية لتجنب التشتيت. أود أيضا أن أذكركم بلطف بإغلاق هواتفكم المحمولة أو وضعها في وضع الصامت. يرجى عدم استخدام الباب الأمامي أثناء الخروج من القاعة. يوجد باب خلفي في نهاية الدرجات. يرجى استخدام الباب الخلفي للدخول أو الخروج من القاعة، هذا لتجنب أي إزعاج للفريق الذي يقدم عرضه في خشبة المسرح. أود أن ألفت انتباهكم لاحترام المرافق الذي قدمتها مدينة دبي الأكاديمية بسخاء، والتأكد من الحفاظ على نظافة المرافق. أعزائي الطلاب، لقد تم تزويدكم بشارات الأسامي. يرجى التأكد من أنها مرئية في جميع الأوقات. Please note down the time of your presentations. These have been put up on the notice boards outside the auditorium and are also put on the screen. Once the teams start presenting, we request the next team to be ready and occupy the seats in the first row on my right side hand. يرجى تدوين وقت العروض التقديمية الخاصة بكم. تم وضعها على اللوحات خارج القاعة، وتم وضعها أيضا على الشاشات. بمجرد أن تبدأ الفرق في التقديم، يطلب من الفريق التالي أن يكون جاهزا ويشغل المقاعد في الصف الأولى على جانبي الأيمن. Let us now begin with the presentations for the first topic for today. Conserving the true lungs of the planet, key to prevent the climate change. Our first presentation of the day is the team from the Higher Colleges of Technology, Dubai's Women's College. نبدأ الآن بالعروض التقديمية للموضوع الأول لهذا اليوم: الحفاظ على الرئة الحقيقية للكوكب، مفتاح لمنع تغيير المناخ. عرضنا الأول لهذا اليوم للفريق القادم من كلية التقنية العليا، كلية دبي للطالبات، الإمارات العربية المتحدة. The next team will present is Heriot-Watt University, Dubai campus. So please be ready. العرض القادم من جامعة هيريوت-وات، حرم دبي الجامعية. إذا كونوا على استعداد. شكرا.
Higher Colleges of Technology, Dubai Women's College. I am Khalifa Ibrahim, and these are my colleagues Ahmed and Maryam Al-Gama. I will start our presentation by reminding ourselves how special our Earth is. When we understand its value, we understand the better need to conserve and protect it. Earth is unique in Carl Sagan's word. We are the pale blue dot. On this pale blue dot, we are learning more and more about our planet and the stars and the planets around us. We are learning more and more about our space neighborhood. And with the latest telescope technologies, we can see deeper and deeper into space. We can see further and clearer than any time before. Still, and as far as we know, Earth is quite unique. Here on Earth, the biodiversity is truly amazing. Life on Earth has taken many different forms, millions and billions of forms, from tiny to huge, from land to sea to sky. The variety of life is so great that it's so hard to comprehend. We could easily spend our whole short lives trying to understand the variety of life, but it wouldn't be enough time. Such is the richness of life on Earth.
In addition to the living creatures on Earth, we must appreciate the abiotic or non-living fact of life on Earth, elements that support life on Earth. The mixes of gases in the atmosphere, for example, shapes life on Earth. Our own species evolved in this air, a mix of oxygen, carbon dioxide, and other gases. This mix of gases is not fixed, and it has changed through time. There was even a time where there wasn't oxygen on Earth, and life was very different because of it. In short, the balance of these gases shapes life on Earth. Along with oxygen, carbon dioxide is one of the key elements in our atmosphere. It helps keep the air temperature high enough for life to continue on Earth. Without it, the Earth would be colder and life on Earth would be different. Too much carbon dioxide results in a warming planet. The more carbon dioxide, the more the atmosphere warms due to the greenhouse effect. A warmer atmosphere holds more water vapor, which is itself a greenhouse gas. This is how water vapor triples the warming from increasing carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. Until recently, natural processes regulated the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. But today, the balance is changing. Our actions are increasing the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere through the burning of fossil fuels. Climate change is one result of the balance of gases changing. If climate change continues at its current state, the biodiversity on Earth will be further harmed. Many species will be lost forever. This is a heartbreaking loss. And the responsibility is with our species.
All is not lost. There is hope. Humans need to reduce the amount of carbon dioxide entering the atmosphere. And if we work with nature, there may be hope. Almost 10 billion tons of carbon are entering the atmosphere every year. This is 3 times more than 50 years ago. Without a doubt, we need to reduce our burning of fossil fuels. At the same time, we need to make use of natural processes to extract carbon from the atmosphere. More photosynthesis would mean nature could store more carbon from the atmosphere. Even though we know about plants and photosynthesis, the deforestation continues. Almost 15% of the rainforest, of the Amazon forest, has been lost. We are actually destroying one of the solutions to the climate problem. It cannot continue. One thing that we need is massive reforestation and conservation of forests. Conservation and reforestation offers some hope to reduce the amount of carbon in the atmosphere. But for such projects to be successful, we must reduce fossil fuel use. We must keep it locked in the ground. We cannot continue the same lifestyle. If we reduce the fossil fuel use and increase the forest, then we have a chance of reducing the climate problem. When we think about reforestation, maybe we cannot have land forestation in the UAE, but we can do something equally as good, if not better. With our sea forests here in the UAE, mangroves too are well suited to the climate here. Moreover, they are biodiversity hotspots. Mangroves, as well as seagrass meadows, are very efficient at taking carbon from the atmosphere and storing it. In fact, they are better at holding carbon than rainforests. Seagrass meadows can take carbon from the atmosphere over 30 times faster than the rainforest. There are 30 square kilometers of mangroves in the UAE, and in sea around the UAE are huge areas of seagrass meadows.
When we think about the lungs of the planet, we automatically think of the rainforests and other forests. And maybe we think reforestation is something that can be done in other countries, in other climates. Perhaps our task here is to protect and plant more mangroves and seagrass. These are our forests. These are our way to combat climate change. These are our way to help the world keep breathing.
Reducing climate change requires all countries and individuals to take responsibilities for their actions. All countries must play their parts. Perhaps our part here in the UAE is to fight climate change through sea. Increase the size and the health of lungs of the planet through protecting and planting mangroves and seagrass meadows. In this way, we can lay our part in securing the future of our planet. Thank you.
The team will be present now. Please welcome هريوت University دبي كامبس. العرض الآن من جامعة هريوت وات حرم دبي الجامعي. The next presenting will be University of Sharjah, so please be ready. العرض القادم من جامعة الشارقة، إذا كونوا على استعداد. شكرا.
Do you see a world tomorrow with no cars, no planes, no power plants? Exactly, highly unlikely. We are students from Hertford University, representing the School of Engineering and Physical Sciences, and we're here to tell you why conserving the true lungs of the planet is key to preventing climate change. There are many solutions to reduce global warming, but no matter how these are emphasized, tomorrow cars will still be bought, factories are being built, and about 80% of the world's energy will still be reliant on fossil fuels. If the carbon dioxide emissions from these is the leading cause of climate change, then we must find solutions to preserve our planet's lungs in order to meet the pollution-causing demands of humans.
First, let's start with some of the significant climate disasters that have happened recently. In 2022, Pakistan faced the worst floods it's ever seen. 2,000 people were killed and 2.1 million people were displaced from their homes, all in the last 6 months.
Wildfires are currently spreading through California, as it has since the 1970s. And it has so far captured around 2 million acres of land in 2021 alone. How can we meet the demand of people without compromising our necessary emissions?
In 2010, Trafigura, which is a Dutch oil company, had the worst oil spill in history, as seen over there. Though they did pay millions to clean up the spill, they don't admit that it's their mistake. This is a big part of the reason why big companies can get away with polluting our climate and not being accountable.
Similar
major corporation, British Petroleum, also known as BP, had a huge explosion at one of their oil rigs in the Gulf of Mexico, creating the largest oil spill in American history, causing $17.2 billion worth of damage, killing quite a wildlife and destroying the environment.
Yeah, we know all these things are happening around the world. Let's talk about that sectoral impact of the climate change. Firstly, talk about that infrastructure. The landsliding happening in many countries. This creates the transportation problems, and also because of the increasing the heat, cooling demand also increasing.
In the UAE, since most of the population and infrastructure is located in a nearby area to the sea, the damage to the coastal and offshore infrastructure can be significant. In the public health sector, the productivity of the outdoor workers is reduced due to heat stress. This could cause many water and vector-borne diseases. Also, in our environment, the climate and weather changes over time could cause many changes. Also, in our environment, the climate and...
Yeah. Lastly, we'll talk about the agriculture. Due to the increase of the heat, staples are producing less. And it's also, livestock are suffering from the heat. Because of this, milk production is getting reduced. Early rain and late rain causes the crops growth. Also, irrigation system balancing. But due to the droughts, we are not able to get the water. Yeah, the same way, climate puzzles, all these climate puzzles can make the effect of the agriculture.
Also, in our environment, the climate and weather changes over time determine what kind of animals and plants can live there. Some animals can tolerate the big swings, changes in the weather, but some can't. This has been the cause of many extinctions. The plants rely on their seeds being dispersed by wind, water, and animals, which are all factors affected by climate change.
What would a future without action look like? At the present rate, clean air is a luxury for the future. With the population spiking up to 8 billion recently, the need to preserve our trees, oceans, and sustainable air becomes crucial.
Did you know that by 2050, at the rate of the climate change that we're going at, the UN predicts that we will need 2.5 Earths? But we only have one.
That's scary, isn't it? But this is going to be our future if we don't take the necessary actions right now.
How can we make a future by catering to these demands and still protecting our ecology?
By conserving the true lungs of the planet. Taking part in conserving the lungs of the planet is a way of thinking and a choice that every society must take into account. So, what are the lungs of the planet? According to National Geographic, the lungs of the planet are the oceans and rainforests. Oceans sourcing 70% of the planet's oxygen, and rainforests sourcing 28% of our planet's oxygen. Breathing out oxygen that coats the atmosphere and drawing in carbon that heats up our planet. Conserving these lungs regulates the air and reduces the impacts of climate change. The ocean itself absorbs 90% of the heat and 1/3 of the carbon emissions that are produced by us.
And now talking about the problem which we all pretty much already know of. How do we solve this? Of course, the most obvious solution is growing more trees, afforestation. Right now, the rate of forest depletion is much higher than its replenishment. Growing more trees will not only reduce GHG emissions, but also help sustain our ecosystem. But again, we are humans. Ignorance is the root of all our crises. Right now, there are several organizations trying to make this world a better place. The UN has promoted Agenda 21 in order to sustain a better future. Preserving our forests and combating climate change plays a huge role in the 2030 sustainable goals. But we, as a community, need to support these schemes in order for them to fruition. But not every scheme has to be global or something that should be mainstream. Right now, we're coming up with more innovative ways to preserve the lungs of our society.
Packaging. We all use packaging. It makes our lives easier. However, we are putting our ecology at risk. We propose that companies use cork-based packaging, as that is less harmful on the environment. Companies like Lush have already started using this with great results.
A huge cause of deforestation needs to develop the sustainable farming. You know, the sustainable farming can produce the crops, and it can produce the yield benefits without compromising the forest mass.
So we already talked about afforestation, which is pretty direct, but we can put innovation into it. Right now in Kenya, in many villages, they're developing charcoal seed balls, which provide better seed germination. These charcoal seed balls provide low-cost afforestation in small protective, nutritious biochar layer, which not only helps our present, but also builds a step towards the future. And another solution would be to change the very ground that we stand on. A lot of produce from forests are used to make furniture and other wood-related in other wood-related industries. But instead, we propose hemp, which is a viable substitute for wood, which is much more sustainable and versatile.
There are many daily lifestyle and behavioral changes that we can adapt to. We cannot discuss this without starting with the 3 R's: reduce, reuse, recycle. This is something we have all heard but will continue to hear until changes are made. Eco-friendly shopping is one great example that is already being heavily applied by various supermarkets here in the UAE. Also, learn to make smarter seafood choices. We all need to be more mindful of what is going on around us. For example, there are many bad fishing practices that a lot of people are unaware of, such as blast fishing, overfishing, bottom trawling, and these are seriously harming aquatic habitat, a habitat that is our main lung.
Volunteering is also an important way for protecting our lungs of the planet. It could be as simple as planting one single tree, or it could be educating others on how to save their resources and save our planet.
We do not see a world tomorrow with no planes or cars. But what we do see is a world where the trees and oceans are protected in order to absorb these harmful emissions. As Alexandria Cortez once said, we do not have time to sit on our hands as our planet burns. Climate change is bigger than election or re-election. It is life or death.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we will have the team from University of Sharjah. الآن مع العرض التقديمي من جامعة الشارقة. The team will present next is Ajman University, so please be ready. العرض القادم من فريق جامعة عجمان، إذا كونوا مستعدين. شكرا.
Yes, just right a minute.
Okay, thank you.
The mics.
Oh, thank you so much.
Close, sit very close to him.
red zones. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine a world with no life. A land that is barren with bones and an ocean filled with problems. While it might seem like I'm describing something from science fiction, this is the stark reality. Our world is dying. Our ocean is crying. Yet you, my friend, are the shining ray of hope for humanity thriving.
Since recent years, we've been having discussions about climate change and global warming. Now, the reason why these discussions really matter is because these phenomena are genuinely impacting the globe, and that in turn impacts us. One way in which this occurs is through rising sea levels.
The picture you see here is that of Tuvalu's Foreign Minister Simon Kofe delivering a speech for the 2021 UN Climate Conference while standing in seawater to highlight the fact that his low-lying small nation in the Pacific is at the front line of climate change.
Since about 1850, there has been a rise in sea levels by 20 centimeters. The Center for Governance and Political Studies revealed that 9 Malaysian cities could be submerged in the next 30 years.
The problem rests in the fact that when the global temperature goes up, the oceans warm. This phenomena is known as thermal expansion. And when this happens, the water takes up more space in the ocean basin. And this causes a rise in sea level.
To protect against this, local communities found in coastlines can afford to restructure mangroves and marshes that can help protect against storm surges and coastal flooding. And at the same time, these structures over here that we see, they also trap sediments and organic matter that can help the ecosystem, not just the marine ecosystem, but also local and terrestrial ecosystems that benefit the earth.
Another solution includes raising roads to above sea levels. This can help drain water and combat tidal flooding. Building seawalls is yet another effective solution that can protect inland coastal areas and prevent coastal erosion. Seawalls are massive building structures that can help prevent and combat rising sea levels.
Keeping these challenges in mind, even the UAE have policies formulated to tackle this challenge. By partnering with the newly established Climate Change Research Network, the government aims to collaborate with universities and research institutions to have climate change mitigations and policies.
The oceans are interconnected, as you can see. And first of all, we'd like to discuss the fact that 75% of ocean pollution originates from land due to most of the activity being concentrated over here, and the remaining 25% occurs from offshore mining, oil rigs, and activity due to ships. And at the same time, pollution, once it occurs at a local river in some country around the world, it then easily spreads throughout the ocean network worldwide due to the currents that transfer water to and from various regions.
Eutrophication is another natural process that results in the accumulation of nutrients. This causes algal blooms that then result in low levels of dissolved oxygen, thus affecting aquatic life. This problem can be resolved by redesigning our sewage networks in order to prevent sewage water from reaching into the oceans in the first place. Effective measures need to be taken in order to strip off phosphate nutrients from sewage water.
Fuel and oil spills occur due to carelessness or accidents, and it causes toxins to be produced, and it degrades the water quality, and it also decreases the oxygen level of the water. One way which we can prevent ourselves from this hazard is by having automatic shut-offs to prevent the overfilling of fuel tanks. Now, if in case an oil spill even occurs, then we can use 3 measures. The first one is to use skimmers, which can clean up the oil from the ocean. Secondly, by having detergent sprays, which breaks down the oil chunks, which is once again easy to clean up the oil spills. And thirdly, by having the booms, which are basically some barrier structures created from plastics and metal that limits and reduces the further spill.
Now, due to the world's increasing population over the last few years, there has been an increase in fishing, and so the increase in demand has eventually caused an imbalance in major fishing stocks. And an imbalance has then led to overfishing, which is very bad because, to be honest, it causes a decline in the world's major fishing grounds up to the point that these fishing grounds are no longer able to support commercial fishing in a sustainable manner.
Overfishing leads to lack of biodiversity and causes extinction. Disruption in the food chain thus results in imbalances in the aquatic trophic levels.
Addressing the problems give rise to solutions. One solution against aquaculture can be having bioreserves in exclusive economic zones, or having open and closed seasons for fishing, and of course having subsidies for fishing.
Now, living in the UAE, it's important for us to not only look at sustainability in terms of an environmental context, but also when it comes to a cultural lens. During the Dubai Design Week, a designer named Rima Al-Mahiri made lampshades out of fish scales. And fish scales, to be honest, if you haven't found out yet, these are one of the biowaste, the most common ones found in the ocean. And it's been overlooked by the fishing industry. And so it's causing major problems. And likewise, we find solutions to combat these problems.
The ocean absorbs over 30% of the atmospheric carbon dioxide. And when carbon dioxide is absorbed by seawater, it results in a series of chemical reactions that increase the hydrogen ion concentration in the oceans, thus making our oceans acidic. This can lead to detrimental problems for aquatic life.
Coral reefs act as natural barriers against forceful waves and storm surges. Now, when the ocean temperatures rise, there is this specific algae known as the zooxanthellae that give the color to the coral reefs. So when the ocean temperature rises up, the coral reefs are deprived of these zooxanthellae, making the corals white, and this has adverse effects on the coastal communities.
Okay. Now, the most efficient way to decrease ocean acidification is to, first of all, reduce fossil fuels, the usage of fossil fuels which contribute to climate change. Reducing fossil fuels, therefore, decrease the amount of emissions that end up in our atmosphere that also affect our oceans, and likewise, it can also affect the global warming, and at the same time, benefit marine ecosystems.
If countries don't reduce their use of fossil fuels over the next decade, studies show that the outlook for coral reefs can be detrimental.
And then we have the harmful algal bloom, which really affect the coastal economies and give rise to the loss of tons of amounts.
So what can we do to solve these problems? Small-scale individual actions like beach cleanup campaigns and lake cleanup boat rides are initiatives that we can take to help keep our water bodies clean. Algal bloom nets can also be used to help combat algal growth. Responsible actions like switching to low-energy consuming and carbon-efficient light bulbs can also help reduce the carbon that is emitted into the atmosphere, which thus reduces the carbon that is absorbed by the seawater.
For years, there's been an increased interest when it comes to offshore mining and drilling for oil. That is due to the fact that now rising gas prices are a problem, and so these offshore, oil rigs, they're being used. But unfortunately, these causes various problems for our marine ecosystems and therefore the ocean.
The Deep Water Horizon, a movie that was created to show the oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico. And I think that this movie is really a way or an example to highlight or to raise awareness about the consequences of oil spills.
Now, as mentioned earlier, the whole problem about fossil fuels is that these whole oil rigs, they cause and threat the ecosystems living in the water. And so, it is important for us to find solutions and alternatives when it comes to providing our needs in a sustainable manner without harming these marine ecosystems that can therefore lead and affect the quality of air and the temperature of our Earth.
10 years after an oil rig explosion that killed 11 workers and instigated an environmental nightmare in the Gulf of Mexico, companies are now drilling deeper and deeper into waters where the payoffs can be huge, but the risks are now greater than ever.
To conclude, we rely on the governments and other institutions for policy changes and solutions before we act, but we truly cannot come or achieve other solutions unless and until we don't understand the gravity of the problem and we don't act towards the solutions ourselves.
And with that, we thank you so much for listening to our presentation.
We would now like to have 3 volunteers from the audience to demonstrate a small social activity that will not be taking much time. Can we have 3 volunteers, please? Yes, sure. Anyone? Sure, you can come ahead. May we please conduct this, or? Sure. Okay.
So the volunteers will be given droppers with ink, and each volunteer has to just put 1 drop of ink in the water.
So what we aim to show through this very simple social activity is how it just takes 1 drop for collective social change. And with that, we would like to end our presentation. Thank you.
Now we will have a team from University, Ajman University. And next is time education, so please be ready. العرض الآن فريق جامعة عجمان. العرض القادم من تايمز التعليم، إذا كونوا مستعدين. شكرا.
يمين لقدام. نقدر ناخدكم المايك ولا؟
Okay.
Test. Okay.
Ever since our group formed up to talk about the conservation of the planet, we found out how majestic our planet is. So lately, after we finding out how majestic our planet is, we found out that the people are damaging our planet. Our planet is in danger. So, as Greta Thunberg once said, and I quote, "We must wake up into a change." And me and my group today, may I present me, Aladdin Sheikha, my group, Wael and Khaled and Abdullah, where today we're going to talk about how to conserve the earth. So, conserving of the earth, it's today we're going to talk about the conserving of the earth.
So our planet Earth, it is endangered, honestly. Like have you ever heard of the Sustainability Development Goals found by the United Nations in 2015? These goals ensure that we conserve our planet, we end poverty, we sustain the planet. One of the goals is the life on land. Can you imagine having your pet endangered? Okay, so pandas. Pandas are my second favorite animals. You know, my favorite animals are cats because you can have them as pets at home. You can't have pandas as pets in your home unless you have, you know, a zoo in your backyard. Don't do that, please. And, you know, have you ever seen such videos on Instagram and TikTok about pandas doing cute, dorky things. I mean, they're so adorable. And it is unbelievable that these species, the pandas, were endangered until, last couple of years. Now, imagine having, that is the case of millions of species, including plants and animals, and will be the case of 40,000 other animals in the next few decades. At this point, National Geographic will go bankrupt,
Thank you so much. So we're going to talk about the SDGs. So the SDGs of our friends at the United Nations came up with the 17 sustainable development goals. They talk about how to conserve the earth, how to ensure a good life by 2030. And my friend Wael, can you tell us about how could this SDGs affect the environmental and the conservation of the planet?
Of course. First we have SDG number 12, which is basically all about responsible consumption of materials and the products that are made of these materials. And it wants to achieve that goal by using enhanced technological capabilities and resource efficiency and reduce global waste. Secondly, we have SDG number 13, which urges us to combat climate change using education, innovation. And then we have thirdly, we have SDG number 14, which is all about life underwater and the conservation of the ocean and marine coastal ecosystems using protection. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Khalid Hatem. I'm from Edman University. Before I get deep down into the point, I was taught my way by how did I actually come here. I got into a car that actually spends about 40 to 45 gallons or liters for each and every 100 kilometers. Got to the uni, and then after I got to the uni, I got into a bus that actually has a broken catalytic converter. That's a lot of gas emissions to actually come here and talk about protecting the environment. Yet, this is what we cause. At this right moment, as we are talking, our coral reef temperature is 1.2 degrees Celsius, with a 70 to 90% of coral reef gone and extinct. We are expecting it to reach actually to 2.0, and that's not within a long time. Can you show us some of the SDGs, please?
Firstly, we have SDG number 12, which is responsible for responsible consumption. And it wants to be achieved by making policies internationally with international standards, ranging from education, raising awareness, and measuring the use of material and the waste of it. And then we have number 13, using the SDG number 13, which is about climate action. And the most important part of it, and to achieve it, is to raise our awareness about it, how we can change, how our everyday actions could help us in preventing climate change. And then thirdly, we have life below water. Of course, our oceans is the most important thing in our planet. It's the most beautiful and most important. And we can help conserve it by making policies and making special times for harvesting the fishes and protecting the ocean regions and ecosystems.
We talked earlier about goal 15, and I mentioned cats and pandas, cute animals. But why are they endangered? It is because of deforestation, change of habitat. 90% of deforestation is caused by expansion of agricultural lands. It is because of urbanization. And you might say, oh, but expansion of agricultural lands is good. We are getting more crops, but these crops are harvested above corpses of other animals and species, plants and animals. I said 10 million, around 10 million species are endangered, and 40,000 will add on it. And, at this point, even donkeys are endangered. our children will,
And not
will
that's
watch
it.
cat vids on History Channel rather than Instagram.
Yeah, 700 million people are going to be displaced. That means double the size of USA. So that's a lot of Karens that we're going to have to encounter again. So we're going to conclude our solutions.
So as we said, the solutions are basic. Actually, you know, we all know the solutions. We all hear climate change, renewable energy. We all hear fossil fuels, stop using fossil fuel. As you know, we actually urbanize 75% of planet Earth. So we are pushing nature, we're bullying nature, we're pushing the rest of 25% into a narrow corner. And you know, the solutions are so clear. Stop being selfish, stop being unaware, stop having, you know, the things you want on the expense of other species and animals. Because these forests, these lands are home of 80% of terrestrial creatures and a source of food for 1.6 billion humans.
Thank you. Now we talked about the goal number 13. It's about the ocean. It's about conservation the ocean. Goal number 14, as we said before, we have, for example, the ocean is about deterioration and acidation, and it's falling down. Plastic pollution is actually shocking the ocean. We like to end this presentation with our my friend and Wael, and we have Ibrahim.
So eventually, the solutions are in our hands. We have to use them. You and us, governments, you and I, shall stand together to make our planet a better place. Thank you, everyone.
And now we will have time education with us. And the next team will present is the University of Nizwa. They're presenting virtually, so please be ready.
Which is the remote for the presentation?
الآن مع فريق من تايمز التعليم. العرض القادم مقدم من جامعة نزوة عن طريق الزوم. كون على هبة الاستعداد. شكرا.
Right, left, please. This is next. If you want to go back, this is next. Go back. Close. Not here. Please, please. Close to your mouth. Stand. Okay. Raise it. You raise it.
Good morning. I appreciate the effort we have taken to gather here to raise awareness about our precious planet. Climate is something that affects our planet on a daily basis. So, what is climate? Climate of a particular region is the prevailing weather conditions like rainfall, snow, sunshine, humidity. A constant reminder of how quickly we are losing our planet to climate change can be seen with the climate clock. 6 years, 252 days, 3 hours. This is the amount of precious time we have left before we completely destroy our planet. So what is the cause for climate change? We as humans are the main cause of climate change. Our activities like deforestation, cutting down trees completely destroys our century-old ecosystem. When we build our homes, the electricity that we require day and night, as well as the manufacturing goods like coal, cement, iron, all of these are obtained from burning our precious fossil fuels. Greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, all of these are responsible for depleting our ozone layer. At the same time, until we look into our past actions, we cannot move forward with sustainability.
I hope everyone now has an idea about climate change, but what are some ways we can prevent climate change? I am Tasfi Islam, and I'm going to be talking about just that. Oftentimes, taking a step sounds complex, whereas in reality, it's as little as walking for distance you can cover by steps. This too is a challenge for some, as we tend to think, why walk when we have a car? But change starts from you. You take initiative so the world will follow in your footsteps. Greenhouse gas emission is a threat to our climate. You taking one step may seem insignificant. Perhaps you will inspire someone to do the same, and the chain follows. Sometimes we tend to forget the kind of power we hold as a team. We could also reduce climate change by being considerate of energy usage around us, turning off lights, electrical devices, and etc. when not being in use is a great way to start. Recently, the UAE has cut down the use of plastic bags at grocery stores, which is great for our environment. It's appreciable to see UAE and many other parts of the world understanding the gravity of the situation. Now, we understand how to prevent climate change, but what is holding us back then? Well, you see, in order to prevent climate change, we would have to make some sacrifices. We're all used to the modern way of living, under air conditioners, watching TV while we're browsing on our phones. It has become a lifestyle at the cost of our planet. Are you ready to sacrifice your luxury of today for a better environment for our future generation? That's a massive commitment. Now, moving on to Joel.
Hi. So now we're coming back to the topic of conservation. So what do we really mean by this? My name is Joel, and I'm here to talk about it. So conservation refers to protecting something that's on the verge of being lost. And in this case, we're talking about trees and oceans. Trees are the world's biggest oxygen provider after oceans. But they also consume an insane amount of carbon dioxide, which keeps our Earth safe. So what can we do as citizens to protect them? Well, the first thing is pretty obvious. It's to plant more trees. Afforestation goes a really long way in saving our planet. But besides that, what can we do? Well, for starters, we can buy products that are Rainforest Certified Alliance. What that means is the products that we use from the markets, if they have the certification, they are safe for use and they are eco-friendly. Besides that, we can also use products that don't contain materials from endangered animals. So instead of buying plastic straws, we can buy metal straws that are reusable. And finally, what we can do is to join conservation organizations around the world. UAE especially is taking a pledge to take part and conserve trees and try their maximum effort to do and reach their goals. So what we can do is join them. I urge all of you to join them because we are losing this fight and our only hope is humanity. And moving on to my friend.
All right. What comes to our mind when we first think of conservation? Of course, trees, plants, oceans, and maybe species. So that's what conservation means, preserving the things which we have now for our future. Of course, I personally think that the word sustainable was just introduced for our nature. If we use sustainable products today, we can expect a life tomorrow. Of course, there are crimes all around the world, and even nature is under attack. There's illegal supply of woods all around the world, and toxic waste materials are being deposited into water like it's just normal. Now let's move on to the hurdles. Of course, we call our nature our mother, but I don't think so we really respect it like our mother. So understand our people, understand our planet, understand our surroundings. Of course, there are challenges all around the world, and facing them is a real talent. Even governments and associations are trying their best to understand our planet and move forward, collaborate our hands, and come forward. Now continuing with my friend, Sami.
This all then all comes to an end, the end which we have to look for, the facts and figure, the data which suggests us what's happening, what we are doing, what's wrong with us. Our ignorance, as we can see, the Earth's oxygen comes from the ocean, which is to 50 to 80%, from the grass, from the mangroves. We are destroying it. Look at UAE. They are trying to protect it. They have mangrove villages all over. One example of the biggest one is in Yas Island, which they have protected. Then the second, floral, that means a flower, rainforest, trees, they produce up to 20 to 30%. And deforestation has been taking place. And recently, we have 8 billion people, 8 billion, that means we need more land. We're cutting down rainforest. For example, the Amazon rainforest. The rainforests in my home country, like we suppose Pakistan, there have been many wildfires in America. It's all because of our ignorance. If only we can change our way, we can change our luxury. That's the only way. Now let's look at the climate change has caused the world to get warmer at such a rate that 40% of the glaciers are melting yearly. As a result, sea levels are rising. The example that we can see, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Nepal, Indonesia, they all have faced floodings. People are, displaced from their homes. That's the cause of our ignorance. We need to change ourselves. Coming to the end, I would just like to say one thing. We need to change ourselves, no matter a small, a big step, no matter how big it is. A single change can go a long way.
We are from Time College, and this is our take on climate change.
7 billion dreams.
One planet.
Consume with care.
Please look
And
at this
of course,
video.
we have 8 billion now.
We have 8 billion now. Please look at this video to understand.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Everyone.
This was the main message from the UN. It's their goal to conserve our planet. Thank you.
And now, we will have University of Rizwa joining virtually. So please, University of Rizwa, unmute your mic, share your screen, and open your cameras. الآن مع فريق من جامعة نزوة يشاركونا بشكل افتراضي. يرجى فتح الكاميرات، مشاركة الشاشة. جامعة نزوة يرجى مشاركة الشاشة وفتح الكاميرات. اوكي، الآن هل يمكنكم عرض الشاشة كاملة؟ نعم، يمكنكم البدء. شكرا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم فريق الهندسة البيئية من جامعة نزوة. موضوعنا اليوم الحفاظ على الرئة الحقيقية للكوكب هو مفتاح لمنع تغير المناخ. في قوله الله عز وجل: ظهر الفساد في البر والبحر بما كسبت أيدي الناس ليذيقهم بعض الذي عملوا لعلهم يرجعون. صدق الله العظيم. نحن نعيش على كوكب أزرق مليء بالمحيطات والبحار التي تشكل أكثر من 70% من سطح الأرض. نحن نظام بيئي متصل، نشكل بعضنا البعض. يواجه العلماء تحديات هائلة يواجه العلماء إننا نعيش على نحن نظام بيئي متصل، نشكل بعضنا البعض، ولا تزال المحيطات من أعظم التحديات المعرفية التي يقف أمامها العلماء في حيرة وتوجس وغموض مستمر. أسئلة عالقة وعوالم مجهولة مطورة في التخيلات ومعززة بالألغاز. تمثل المحيطات النقطة التي يلتقي فيها الكوكب والناس والازدهار معا، وهذا ما تعنيه التنمية المستدامة، فهي تتعلق بنا جميعا بوصفنا أصحاب مصلحة في الأرض، متحدين ومسؤولين عن مسؤولياتنا اتجاه الكوكب والناس وشرايين حياتهم، ومتصرفين بما تمليه علينا هذه المسؤولية.
في بالي سؤال، يا ترى ما هي أسباب تلوث المحيطات؟ من بين جميع الحقائق هناك ثابت واحد، أن التلوث في المحيطات يبدأ من اليابسة وينتجه البشر. وفيما يلي الأسباب الرئيسية للتلوث البحري: السبب الأول التلوث من مصدر غير محدد، وهو التلوث الناجم من مصادر لا يمكن حصرها، والذي يحدث نتيجة الجريان السطحي عندما تنقل مياه الأمطار وذوبان الثلوج وغيرها الملوثات بأنواعها من سطح الأرض إلى المحيط. السبب الثاني التفريغ المتعمد، حيث تطلق مصانع التصنيع في بعض مناطق العالم النفايات السامة مثل الزئبق، كما تساهم مياه الصرف الصحي في التلوث. فضلا عن ذلك المنتجات البلاستيكية، وفقا لحماية المحيطات تذهب 8 ملايين طن مربع من القطع البلاستيكية في المحيط كل عام. ثالثا تسرب النفط، تعد السفن من العوامل الرئيسية التي تساهم في تلوث المحيط، خاصة عند حدوث انسكابات للنفط الخام الذي يستمر تأثيره لسنوات ويصعب تنظيفه. رابعاً المخلفات الصلبة، حيث يمثل تلوث الغلاف الحيوي الذي يشير الأجسام التي تحملها الرياح مشكلة كبيرة، حيث يتم تعليق بعض العناصر مثل الأكياس البلاستيكية على سطح المحيط. وأخيراً التعدين في المحيطات، يسبب التعدين في أعماق البحار يساهم في التلوث، ويؤدي التنقيب عن المعادن مثل الذهب والفضة والزنك وغيرها، يؤدي إلى ترسبات الكبريتيك الضارة في أعماق المحيط.
عندما تذكر كلمة محيطات، ماذا يتبادر في ذهنك أنت أيها المستمع؟ طبعا تأتي في مخيلتنا هي تلك المياه الشاسعة الممتدة العميقة التي تحتوي على آلاف الكائنات الحية البحرية، والتي ترسي عليها السفن والعبارات والقوارب وغيرها. نعم، هي تلك الكلمة العظيمة التي تشكل الجزء الأكبر في هذا الكوكب، فهي قادرة على امتصاص نسبة كبيرة من الحرارة الزائدة بسبب تغير المناخ بنسبة 90%، وكذلك قادرة على امتصاص انبعاثات ثاني أكسيد الكربون بنسبة 23%، وكذلك تقليل شدة الأمواج بمعدل 99%. إنها تلك الكلمة العظيمة التي تزودنا بالغذاء وتولد الأكسجين الذي نتنفسه. كذلك تلعب المحيطات دور مهم في أساس النشاط الاقتصادي، فهي داعمة للنشاط الاقتصادي ابتداء من السياحة وصيد الأسماك وصولا إلى الشحن الدولي. كذلك أن يقدر النشاط الاقتصادي المرتبط بالمحيطات ما يعادل إلى من 3 إلى 6 تريليونات دولار من دولارات الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. ما الذي نعاني منه؟ من حيث 4 جوانب. أولاً الجانب البيئي، فالتغيرات في التيارات البحرية وتقلب درجة حرارة الهواء وازدياد حموضة مياه البحر. كذلك الجانب الصحي، تلوث مياه السواحل مسؤولة عن 250 مليون حالة سريرية للأمراض البشرية سنويا. كذلك يتسبب المحار الملوث بوفاة من 50,000 إلى 100,000 سنويا بسبب جهاز المناعة والسرطان. أما من حيث الجانب الاجتماعي فتشريد 180 مليون شخص يعيش في المجتمعات الساحلية المنخفضة. أما الجانب الاقتصادي فتبلغ التكاليف الطبية والصحية المباشرة للمياه الملوثة 16 مليار دولار على مستوى العالم كل عام. أما الخسائر الاقتصادية بسبب دخول أنواع غير أصلية من الأسماك إلى المحيط تصل إلى 100 مليون دولار. تسبب مشاكل المحيطات إلى فقدان التنوع البيولوجي البحري، وكذلك ارتفاع درجة حرارة المحيطات العليا يمثل حوالي 63%، وكذلك موجات الحر البحرية بسبب تلوث بالمحيطات.
كيف لنا أن نضمن سلامة المناخ بالنظر إلى الآثار الكارثية طويلة المدى التي تسببها مشكلة تلوث المحيطات؟ فإن أي أمر يمكننا القيام به لحل هذه المشكلة يعد أمرا جيدا. فيما يلي بعض من الحلول المقترحة لحل هذه المشكلة: أولاً تقليل استخدام الأسمدة الكيماوية واستبدالها بالأسمدة العضوية. ثانياً اختيار الزجاجات والأواني القابلة لإعادة الاستخدام بهدف التقليل منها. ثم التخلص من البلاستيك والقمامة بشكل صحيح كي لا ينتهي بها الأمر في المحيطات. كما يسرني أن أقدم لكم فكرة القارب البيئي الذكي، وهو فكرة مبتكرة من فريق الهندسة البيئية بجامعة نزوة. هو قارب بيئي يعمل بنظام الطاقة الشمسية مع إمكانية استخدام البنزين في حالات الطوارئ فقط. وكما يحتوي القارب على صندوق الإسعافات الأولية لضمان صحة الصيادين ومرتادين البحار. وأيضا يحتوي القارب على مكان مخصص لشحن الأجهزة الإلكترونية مع إمكانية توفير الواي فاي. وأيضا يحتوي القارب على جهاز الإذاعة التثقيفية لإعلام وتنبيه الصيادين بحالات الطقس والتغيرات التي تحدث في المحيطات بشكل يومي. وأيضا يحتوي القارب على مكان مخصص لرمي مخلفات الصلبة ورمي بقايا زيوت المحرك، وتكون مثبتة حتى لا تنتشر في المحيط بسبب حادثة القارب. وأخيرا يحتوي القارب على جهاز إنذار لتنبيه الصيادين في حالة حدوث خفض الماء في القارب أو في المحيط. فهي فكرة مبتكرة منا بهدف تقليل إنتاجية غازات الأعوادم وتقليل المخلفات، وهي تعتبر فكرة صريحة للبيئة لأنها تعمل بطاقة نظيفة ألا وهي الطاقة الشمسية.
كيف ستكون الحياة إذا استعادت المحيطات حيوية فيها؟ إن إمكانات المحميات البحرية هائلة جدا، إذا بمجرد حماية 3.6 من المحيط خاصة في المناطق الاقتصادية سيؤدي ذلك إلى تقليل خطر حدوث اضطراب الكربون الناتج عن الصيد بشباك الجرف في قاع المحيطات بنسبة 90%. هل لكم أن تتخيلوا أن نسبة 90% من اضطراب الكربون ممكن أن نقلله فقط إذا قمنا بحماية 3.6 من المحيط؟ وإذا قمنا بحماية 21% بشكل استراتيجي، أي ما يعادل 43 من المناطق الاقتصادية و6% من أعالي البحار، سيؤدي ذلك إلى زيادة التنوع البحري المهدد بالانقراض من 1.1 و 1.5 من نطاقها إلى 82 و 87%، أي ما يعادل تقريبا 80% من التنوع البحري ممكن أن نزيده. وإذا انتهى الأمر بالمحميات البحرية فإنها تغطي 28% من المحيطات، فيمكننا تحقيق زيادة قدرها 5.9 مليون طن من المخزونات البحرية. ولكن في بالي سؤال: هل نحن أنانيون حيث لا نفكر بالأجيال القادمة؟ نحن نغر وإن استمر بنا الحال هكذا أننا أنانيون. نحن كجانب إنساني مسؤولون عن الأجيال القادمة، مسؤولون عن حياتهم المستقبلية، فإن بيئتهم بأيدينا. ممكن أن ندفعهم ازدهارا أو نهدمهم جوعا وفقرا وربما نحرمهم الحياة. لذا قف أخي وأختي متماسكين بأيدينا نقف لنعالج محيطاتنا التي لها دور كبير في تغير مناخنا.
جامعة نزوة، أنا أعتذر بس لقد انتهى الوقت المخصص لكم.
شكرا.
شكرا جزيلا للمشاركة. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short refreshment break now for 20 minutes. I request you to please return your seats by 11:15 to ensure that we are on track for the day. سيداتي وسادتي، سنحصل الآن على استراحة قصيرة نتناول مرطبات لمدتها 20 دقيقة. أطلب منكم العودة إلى مقاعدكم بحلول الساعة 11:15 دقيقة لضمان التزامنا بالوقت المحدد. شكرا جزيلا.
هنا بتكون هذا احنا بس طالعين ندرب. لا لا نجرب. ايوه احنا بعد كمان تدري حسبتك منه. هو حق اللجنه خافوا. خوفوا مني. هو حقت المسابقه كنت بقى.
كرامات الصوت. إلا شغال شغال. أعلى شيء ما بيغلب على صوتك. ما بيغلب على صوتك. أنت سامعة؟ أنت سامعين؟ بس ما سامعة. حاسة من هنا. طب معلش مين فيكم حيشغله؟
ما ادري احنا دربنا انا واحد بس يصير طق. بس المقدم كيف يسوي؟ هذا اوراق اللي يقدم فيها.
طب احنا نجنب له اللابتوب.
هذا اللي يتكلم منه يبغى له تعديل.
اوه. طب خلاص من يوم ما ينزل فين هو؟
انا كنت متفقه معاه اصلا.
خلاص ايوه.
اساسا كان في جوال يظبطه بس المشكله ممكن يقفل الاغنيه دي ماني فاهمه يعني. Excuse me, can you close this music?
نفضل احط جوالي. هو صح هو ورق وانا بس يتفاهم مع المقدم هو اللي صح.
اغلقوا الابواب. اغلقوا الابواب.
شغلي.
لا كويس كويس، ما ابغى اسمه بعد صوتك خلفيه ما لها داعي نخليها، بس ترجعوا تقفلوا اول ما تيجي ارفع المايك.
Welcome back. We will continue with the topic conserving the true lungs of the planet, key to preventing the climate change. أهلا بكم من جديد. سوف نستمر في موضوعنا لليوم، الحفاظ على الرئة الحقيقية للكوكب، مفتاح لمنع تغير المناخ. I would like to remind you to take note of your presentation slot. We have some teams joining us virtually. I would like to remind the presenters to switch their cameras on and mute themselves and start sharing their screens. Please switch your mobiles or put them on silent mode. Thank you. أود أن أذكركم بتدوين وقت عرضكم للتقديمي. لدينا بعض الفرق التي تنضم إلينا افتراضيا. أود تذكير المقدمين بتشغيل كاميراتهم وكتم الصوت وبدء في مشاركة شاشاتهم. يوجد إيقاف تشغيل الهواتف المحمولة أو وضعها في وضع صامت. شكرا. And now we will have Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal University from Saudi Arabia. الآن مع العرض مع جامعة إمام عبد الرحمن بن فيصل. The team will presenting next.
Hello.
It's King Abdulaziz University, so please be ready. العرض القادم من جامعة الملك عبد العزيز. إذا كونوا مستعدين. شكرا.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. الحمد لله الذي جعل لنا هذه الأرض حياة وروح ورئة نتنفس من خلالها، فأنفاسنا لا تحصر بالهواء والأكسجين بل بكل جزء يتواجد على هذه الأرض. لذلك نبتدئ حديثنا بتساؤل مهم: ما هي رئة العالم الحقيقية؟ هل هي الغابات والمسطحات الخضراء أم هي البحار والمحيطات؟ لذلك نبتدئ حديثنا بتساؤل مهم: هل هي الغابات؟ ولذلك نتأمل في قوله تعالى: وجعلنا من الماء كل شيء حي، أي أصل كل الأحياء من الماء. الحياة ابتدأت منه وسوف تنتهي عند فقدانه. محيطا أشبع الكون أكسجينا ولم يشح على غني وفقيرا، ومن أرضه من الخير أعطانا ولم يجد من البشر إحسانا. وعلى الماء رسولنا وصانا، لأن من الماء حياتنا وسقيانا، وفي بحره حركتنا ومرسانا، ونحن لكم اليوم مرسالا. لذلك مثلما لا يمكن للإنسان أن يعيش بدون قلب ورئتين، فإن الأرض لا تستطيع البقاء بدون بحار ومحيطات التي تمثل الجزء الأكبر والأعظم لسطح كوكبنا، حيث تمثل نسبة 71% من مساحته. وهذا يؤكد لنا أن المحيطات هي أصل الحياة ومنبعها.
إذن ماذا قدمنا للمحيطات؟ تتأثر 40% من محيطات العالم بالأنشطة البشرية. تؤدي الأنشطة البشرية على البحر إلى زيادة الضغط على المحيط والكائنات التي تعيش فيه بسبب ردم بعض السواحل. المحيطات في خطر. دعونا نلقي نظرة على بعض التهديدات الرئيسية على المحيط والتنوع البيولوجي. أولاً، التلوث البلاستيكي. في كل عام يتم استخدام حوالي 500 مليار كيس بلاستيكي، ويتم إلقاء الكم الهائل من البلاستيك في المحيط. غالباً ما تحتوي المواد البلاستيكية على مواد مضافة تجعلها أقوى وأكثر مرونة، ومن المحزن تؤدي هذه الإضافات إلى إطالة عمر النفايات، وفي المقابل تتعرض الكثير من الحيوانات البحرية للاختناق بأكياس بلاستيكية. ثانياً، الصيد الجائر. يهدد الصيد الجائر الأمن الغذائي لملايين الناس. يتم اصطياد 5 ملايين سمكة كل دقيقة، و2.7 تريليون كل عام، مثل سمكة تونة زرقاء الزعنفة في شمال المحيط الأطلسي، لم يتبقى منها سوى 3% فقط. ثالثاً، وهي ظاهرة ابيضاض الشعاب color bleaching. وهي أخطر التهديدات للشعاب المرجانية، حيث أن 70% من الشعاب المرجانية قد اندثرت فعلا أو هي خاضعة للتهديد. رابعا، الأمطار الحمضية. تحدث الأمطار الحمضية عند انطلاق انبعاثات ثاني أكسيد الكبريت وأكاسيد النيتروجين في الهواء، مما يسبب آثار ضارة على الجداول والغابات والبحيرات. ومن أهم أسباب حدوث الأمطار الحمضية هو حرق الوقود الأحفوري لتوليد الكهرباء.
ومن العواقب المرتبطة بالتلوث البيئي هي ظاهرة الاحتباس الحراري وما تبعه من ذوبان للجليد الذي وضح أثره في المحيطات منذ أوائل القرن العشرين، حيث ذابت العديد من الأنهار الجليدية حول العالم. كانت بدايته منذ حدوث الثورة الصناعية، حيث أدى ثاني أكسيد الكربون وانبعاثات غازات الاحتباس الحراري الأخرى إلى ارتفاع درجات الحرارة حتى في القطبين، ونتيجة لذلك ذابت الأنهار الجليدية بسرعة وتلاشت في البحر بشكل تدريجي. حتى لو استطعنا كبح نتائج هذه الظاهرة في الوقت الحالي، فإن أكثر من ثلث الأنهار الجليدية المتبقية في العالم سوف تذوب قبل عام 2100. وللأسف فإن 95% من أقدم الجليد في القطب الشمالي قد اختفى بالفعل. ماذا يحدث عند ذوبان الجليد؟ سيؤدي ذلك إلى ارتفاع مستويات سطح البحر، مما يعمل بدوره إلى زيادة تآكل الشواطئ وغرق مساحات واسعة من السواحل وبعض الجزر. اليوم ترتفع درجة حرارة القطب الشمالي أسرع بمرتين من أي مكان على وجه الأرض، كما أن الجليد البحري هناك ينخفض بأكثر من 10% كل 10 سنوات. وأيضا تحمض المحيطات. أجمع العلماء على أن هناك تغيرات غير مشهودة في كيميائية البحار والمحيطات، وأصبحت ملموسة وواضحة للعيان في العقود الأخيرة. فامتصت المحيطات كميات كبيرة وبمعدلات مرتفعة من ثاني أكسيد الكربون، مما خفض من الحالة القاعدية لها. وأيضا تظهر التوقعات أن بحلول عام 2060 ممكن أن ترتفع حمضية مياه البحار إلى نحو 120%، مما سيهدد السلسلة الغذائية البحرية وسيهدد الأمن الغذائي للعديد من مجتمعات العالم.
ماذا عن الخليج العربي؟ يعد الخليج العربي بموقعه الجغرافي ومناخه وتنوع الحياة المائية فيه وطبيعة قاعه وعمق مياهه بيئة بحرية مميزة وفريدة ينفرد بها. ومن الجدير بالذكر أننا نواجه الآن ظاهرة تدمر كل ما ذكر، ألا وهي التلوث الواقع في خليجنا العربي. ويعد تنقيب النفط والغاز الطبيعي هما المصدران الرئيسيان للتلوث في منطقة الخليج، حيث نجم عنها أضرار على حياة الإنسان وعلى الكائنات الحية التي قلت وأصبحت مهددة بالانقراض. أتعلمون أن السواحل كانت تعيش على أن السلاحف كانت تعيش على سواحل المملكة العربية السعودية، ولكن من المؤسف أنها لم ترصد منذ 30 عام بسبب التلوث الذي صاحب مياهها. تبادر في أذهاننا سؤال أنا وزميلاتي، ألا وهو: هل الخليج العربي تأثر بظاهرة الاحتباس الحراري؟ وللإجابة عليه قمنا بأخذ عينات من خلال الأقمار الصناعية لعامي 1990 و2020 كما هي ظاهرة أمامكم الآن، حيث تم الاعتماد على القمر الصناعي لاندسات باستخدام الباند الحراري لهما، وظهرنا باستخدام الباند الحراري لهما، حيث تم الاعتماد على قياسات وتحليلات باستخدام برنامج الآرك ماب من خلال نظم المعلومات الجغرافية، وظهرنا بهذه النتيجة والتي توضح بالفعل أن هناك ارتفاع واضح بدرجات مياه الخليج بمتوسط 2 تقريبا، والألوان الدارجة أمامكم في الصورتين توضح هذه الاختلافات.
فلنفعل شيئا من أجل مستقبلنا. قدمت الحكومات في الدول العربية والمملكة بشكل خاص مبادرات وخطط استراتيجية ساهمت بشكل فعال لمكافحة التغير المناخي وحماية البيئة. ولكن ماذا عن دورنا كأفراد؟ هل نحن على وعي تام بحدة خطر هذه المشكلة البيئية؟ وهذا ما دفعنا إلى إجراء استبانة شارك فيها أكثر من 200 شخص من فئة الشباب تقيس مدى وعي فئة الأفراد بحدة التغير المناخي وعلاقته بالمحيطات. فبدأنا بطرح سؤال يستطلع رئة العالم الحقيقية، وكانت الإجابات كالآتي:
البيئة البرية
الغابات.
كما ترون 62% أجابوا بأن الغابات هي رئة العالم الحقيقية، بينما 25% أجابوا بأنها المحيطات. فمن الواضح بأن الغابات نالت أكبر نسبة من الآراء، ولكن الواقع يخالف ذلك تماما. إن إنتاج الأكسجين لا يقتصر فقط على الغطاء النباتي الأرضي، فنصف الأكسجين الذي نتنفسه من المحيطات، والباقي ينبعث من الغطاء النباتي الذي لا يمثل إلا جزء صغيرا جدا. فهل قمنا بالحفاظ على مواردنا المائية؟ وهل حافظنا عليها من التلوث؟ وهذا ما دفعنا إلى طرح سؤال آخر يستطلع أهم أسباب
النفط والغاز الطبيعي، مخلفات مياه الصرف الصحي.
يعتبر الخليج العربي من أهم البحار التي تأثرت بالتلوث الكيميائي، وأشارت الاستبانة بأن 41% أجابوا بالنفط والغاز الطبيعي. من خلال دراسة الاستبانة تبين أن هناك وعي بخطر التغير المناخي وتهديده للعالم، ولكن لا يزال هناك ضعف في مدى إدراك أهمية المحيطات والدور الرئيسي التي تقوم به في تنظيم المناخ. فلماذا لا نصنع الفرق؟ يقول الله عز وجل: إن الله لا يغير ما بقوم حتى يغيروا ما بأنفسهم. فالموضوع لا يقتصر على اتفاقات دولية ولا على عقوبات صادرة ضد التعديات البيئية. لماذا لا ينبع ذلك من أنفسنا؟ فماذا ننتظر؟ لنقم بواجباتنا تجاه بيئتنا بأفكار بسيطة إذ طبقناها سنحدث الفرق بإذن الله. باختصار،
كن صديقا للبيئة.
And now we will have King Abdulaziz University joining physically from Saudi Arabia. الآن مع دعمة الملك عبد العزيز. The next team will present is Middlesex University in Dubai, so please be ready.
الو هذا
أرجو من جميع المنظمين إغلاق الأبواب، وأرجو من جميع المنظمين في الضفة الأخرى إغلاق الأبواب بإحكام، ومنكم كتم أنفاسكم. قد تكون هذه آخر جزيئات الأكسجين التي نتنفسها الآن، فلن يكون هناك مورد للأكسجين لنا. ماذا عن الأجيال القادمة؟ حتماً سنكون في مأزق. كبرنا ونشئنا جميعاً على أن الأشجار والغابات هي رئة الكون، وهي المصدر الوحيد الذي يساهم في امتصاص ثاني أكسيد الكربون وإنتاج الأكسجين. الأكسجين الذي هو أساس حياتنا. ولكن هل فعلاً ذلك؟ هل فعلاً الغابات والأشجار فقط من تساهم في إنتاج الأكسجين لنا يا ترى؟
لنعود بذاكرتنا لبداية عام 1780 لغاية عام 2010 ما يزيد عن 2 تريليون طن من الانبعاثات امتصتها الغابات، والمتوقع بحلول عام 2100 حسب هيئة IPCC أن تصل الانبعاثات إلى ما يفوق 10 تريليون طن.
وهنا أو ما يعادل 10 تريليون فيل. هل هذا يعقل؟ وهنا نتساءل، هل فعلا الغابات قادرة على أن تمتص ما يزيد عن 8 تريليون طن من الانبعاثات المتبقية؟
الإجابة لا، ولكن من يستطيع أن يبتلع هذه الكمية؟ واقعياً الغابات تمتص نسبة 45% فقط من انبعاثات ثاني أكسيد الكربون، وحتى نتمكن من امتصاص كل الانبعاثات نحتاج أن نزيد على مساحة الكرة الأرضية 4 أضعاف مساحة أستراليا. متخيلين؟ فقط لإضافة غابات إضافية. إذن السؤال، أين يمتص الباقي؟
هل تعلمين يا فاطمة أن أظهرت الدراسات الحديثة أن أكبر وأهم المخلوقات التي سخرها الله سبحانه وتعالى لنا والتي تساهم في حياتنا هي المحيطات؟ لذلك رئة الكون ليست فقط الأشجار والغابات، وإنما يجب علينا أن نجعل من المحيط رئة كوننا.
هل سمعتم؟
جعلنا اليوم من المحيط رئة لكوننا. ولكن هل تساءلت ما هو الكائن الذي يساهم في حياتنا اليوم ويمدنا بالأكسجين؟
أن تركتهم يسمعون. هل سمعتم عن كائنات تدعى بالبلاكتونات؟ البلاكتون كائن بحري يساهم بإنتاج أكثر من 30% من الأكسجين على سطح هذه الأرض. اليوم هو محاربنا المجهول. قد عانى محاربا غاز ثاني أكسيد الكربون ومدافعا عن رئة هذه الكون لعقود طويلة، ولكن يا ترى ما هو السبب معاناة محاربنا يا فاطمة؟
تغير الظروف المعيشية لبيئته بسبب زيادة حموضة المحيطات نتيجة لإذابة كميات من ثاني أكسيد الكربون أكبر من الغلاف الجوي، وتعرض الأنظمة البيئية البحرية لتغيرات كبيرة لم يفهمها العلماء إلا مؤخراً. بالتالي ارتفاع نسبة تركيز ثاني أكسيد الكربون وارتفاع درجة الحرارة محولاً المياه القاعدية إلى مياه حمضية مسبباً ظاهرة تحمض المحيطات. لنرى تأثير ثاني أكسيد الكربون على هذه السمكة المسكينة. ردم البحار، الجزر الصناعية، معدل pH معتدل، لنلاحظ انخفاض معدل pH. هاجرت سمكتنا وماتت صديقاتها، وقتلنا البلاكتونات. زاد معدل حموضة المحيطات منذ الثورة الصناعية بنسبة 30%. متخيلين؟ ويمكن أن تضاعف 2 أو 3 بحلول عام 2100.
اليوم نحن في استضافة المدينة المتطورة والذكية، ولكن من المحتمل أننا نقف الآن على أرض ليست لنا، وإنما بالأمس كانت بيئة لحياة البلاكتونات،
حيث منذ إنشاء أشباح جميرة ارتفعت درجة الحرارة 7 درجات مئوية على المياه المحيطة، مما سيزيد من منسوب سطح البحر، وبالتالي ستغرق الجزيرة.
فبأيدينا خسرنا بيئة الكربون الأزرق الذي هو أكثر قيمة مادية من الكربون الأخضر. قتلنا محاربنا وتحولنا من بيئة صحية إلى بيئة اقتصادية أقل منفعة للبشرية. والآن ليس هناك سلاح سوى الأشجار والغابات التي لا تستطيع المحاربة بمفردها.
من هنا أعزائي اختل التوازن البيئي، فأهلا وسهلا بالاحتباس الحراري وتآكل طبقة الأوزون وكوارث طبيعية لا نهاية لها.
ومثلما أثر كوفيد-19 على رئة الإنسان، كذلك أثر غاز ثاني أكسيد الكربون على رئة الكون. ومثلما حمينا أنفسنا بالإجراءات الاحترازية، يجب علينا أن نحمي رئة الكون، فرئتها رئتنا وأرضها أرضنا. إذن التحدي الماثل الآن، ما الذي يمكن فعله؟
نظراً لما للتقنية من دور مهم، بحثنا نحن طالبات كلية الحاسبات وتقنية المعلومات، وتوصلنا لتصميم مستشعرات مدمجة بتقنية الذكاء الاصطناعي لرصد تركيز ثاني أكسيد الكربون. مستشعرات تبرمج بحيث تقيس نسبة كثافة ثاني أكسيد الكربون في منطقة ما، وعند رصد زيادة في معدل الكثافة يتم إرسال إشعارات عن طريق المستشعر لوزارة البيئة والزراعة والمياه. وأيضا المستشعرات ترسل تقرير بنوع الأشجار وعددها حتى يتم زراعتها ليتم اتخاذ الإجراءات اللازمة. وأيضا الخير كل الخير فيما طرحته دولتنا ضمن مبادرات 2030،
مثل فعاليات سوبر أوشن، ومشروع نيوم الذي يعد أول مدينة صفر انبعاثات كربونية، ومشروع أملة. كذلك أطلقت المملكة مجلس الدول العربية والأفريقية المطلة على البحر الأحمر وخليج عدن، وتعتبر جامعة الملك عبد العزيز صاحبة أطول برنامج بحثي عن البحر الأحمر.
وعلى الصعيد الإقليمي وضعت دولة الإمارات العربية خطة أبو ظبي 2030 لحماية المحيطات، وعالميا اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لقانون البحار وحفظ المحيطات.
والآن سؤالي الأخير لكم ولكم أيضا جميعا، هل تعلمون ما مقدار الاستهلاك الفردي للأكسجين؟
9 كيلوغرام.
فعلا 9 كيلوغرام استهلاك فردي للأكسجين. وهنا أوجه خطابي لجميع أفراد العالم: حافظوا على ما تبقى لكم من الأكسجين. وصلنا لنهاية قصة محاربنا، وكما نسعى للعدالة المناخية
لنعمل على عدالة المحيطات.
And now we will have Middlesex University, Dubai. And the team presenting next as Manipal Academy of Higher Education, so please be ready.
Light, not so bright. From the beginning?
Yeah, just reduce the light.
Reduce, not off. Reduce.
Clear the stage. Okay. All the best.
Hello.
Check 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Brilliant. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Strap onto your seats because right now you are going to be prepared for time travel. Yes, time travel by the most powerful thing a human being can do, and that is use their imagination. Take ourselves a few years back. COVID, the pandemic, UAE pioneered us forward, and look where we are today. But let's take ourselves 100 years into the future. And here we are. 100 years in this future of ours, where we see our ocean that is now a husk of what it's supposed to be. And a father and a daughter walk by that ocean, and the father looks at his daughter and says, there used to be whales in this ocean, and they used to sing. We could hear animals that could sing in a beautiful blue sea, and in fact, we used to look at that ocean and say, MashaAllah. But I don't think that's the gift we give our future generations, because today, pollution, so ignorant. We have no idea what we put into our oceans. And thankfully, because of Middlesex University, Dubai, here we are today to be the voice of an ocean that is screaming. And here we are to listen.
We as humans are turned into the very virus killing the earth. Our dependence on natural resources have increased to 65% over the last 3 years. Marine life species of up to 2,300 different species have become classified as endangered. And to top it all off, every person wastes at least 30 gallons of water daily. As the world tries to work towards the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals, every person is going backwards. These statistics prove that we are contributing to climate change, not at all protecting life below water, and certainly disregarding the proper consumption of water. To put another point into perspective, humans alone have damaged nearly 15% of the world's coral reefs, and they are beyond the point of protection. Coral reefs and oceanic habitats help protect the earth from erosion, flooding, and any possible dangerous forms of attack. Think about it like this. Our dependence has created a cycle of reliance that is damaging the earth. And certainly, every point that I just stated comes to the same thing. Individual, individual, individual. Certainly, one nation doing everything to protect their land is good. But what about the other 99%? We should take steps like how the UAE is doing, partnering with 32 other countries to form the Global Ocean Alliance, aimed at protecting the world's coral reefs, oceanic habitats, and preserving the true proper consumption of water. Certainly, protecting the land that you live in is important, but protecting every inch of the earth is how we sustain Mother Earth.
Back in 2011, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, made an impactful comment. Water is more important than oil. Without the services provided to us by the oceans, the temperature of the planet would supersede 100 degrees Celsius, making the Earth inhabitable. Alexander Tora, the chair of UNESCO on ocean sustainability, said we need to reinforce the connections between society and the oceans. Scientists need to increasingly become protagonists of information. This is not only true for researchers and scientists, but for everybody here in this audience. The sea is choking on pollution, and you and I are here to witness it. Water defines UAE's economic and social development. Therefore, it's no surprise that the conservation of the marine ecosystem plays such a crucial part in our national agenda. Let's be real, the world runs on bills, so let me give you some financial motivation. The World Economic Forum states that the Earth has a very valuable asset, being the oceans, that contribute their national capital, roughly averaging to around $70 trillion to the global gross domestic product annually. EAD, EEG, BR are constantly working their best to safeguard our planet. We not only need to hone in on our country's current initiatives, like being part of the Global Ocean Alliance, but also need to learn from our country's rich past with the oceans. From pearl diving to sailing, giving our oceans back, we need to celebrate our waters.
So what can we do to protect our marine life? So what can we do to protect our marine life? Responsible use of nature's reserves. And let's be mindful of our shopping carts and avoid products that contain shark scales and coral shell jewelry. Let's reduce our use of plastic by using recyclable and reusable water containers, disposable.
As this room has heard from the last 9 minutes, from the importance of environment to the need of education. As this room has heard from the last 9 minutes, from the importance of environment to the need of education. This very goal has been mounted on the biggest platforms, but the steps to reach it has been richer than ever. So does it end here? No. We're educated, we're aware, we're conscious of our consequences and the faith. This is an age-old war where the warriors have already figured out the how, and what's left is for us to do. The success of achieving these sustainable goals and for preventing climate change largely relies on effective monitoring, effective checks, and follow-up plans. While all these lie on the paper, coinciding it with the reality has been a tougher game. Keeping in mind that almost 18 million acres of land is lost in a year, contributing to the greenhouse emission to about 15%. So the real question is, how have we individually contributed in protecting the environment apart from just jeopardizing the future of the generation after us at the cost of our selfish needs and failure of not educating ourselves enough? Because sometimes I wonder if it's the peek into the future that would help us reshape our present, or if it's going to be coinciding with the reality and imagining the unimaginable and fathom the severity of the place that we live in today. Because this is no speech. This is no motivation. This is the same anthem sung by millions before me, but only this time, it's a final plead, hoping that something awakens inside of everyone. Something awakens inside of you. But this time, not just for yourself, but for the ones after you. Thank you.
Now we will have Manipal Academy of Higher Education. Please join me on the stage. And next is Prince Muhammad bin Fahad University. So please be ready.
Hold it like this. This is the one. I think she should know that. She's the one who's using it. Thank you. One more.
Like this, like this, like this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
الماء أهم من الزيت. Water is more important than oil, as said by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan.
The UAE has a close relationship with the Arabian Sea. Our country grew up on pearl diving, fishing, sea trade. Today, a huge part of our economy and day-to-day lives still rely on it.
But what has become of the ocean now?
Rising sea levels, marine heat waves, loss of marine biodiversity.
This is just the tip of the iceberg.
We, the students of Manipal Academy of Higher Education, presents to you Conserving the True Lungs of the Planet, the key to preventing climate change.
Let's start with this question. How long can you hold your breath? A predominant and most cardinal source of oxygen is the very oceans and seas that are polluted, poisoned, and dying. So, how long can you hold your breath? We guarantee you, whatever is your answer, it's not long enough to survive.
Of caution, we are in the state of crisis, yet you have no clue, no urgency, nothing. The problem is that we believe what we don't know won't hurt us. But this time, the problem is coming for our throats. Put plainly, we either do something about it now or we die.
We blame the governments, the media, the news, and our education system. But most importantly, we condemn all those individuals who refuse to acknowledge the crisis that we are in right now, and still they choose to be ignorant about it. To raise a movement, a single voice won't help.
We're talking about indoctrination. Our system is flawed. It chooses to lie. The education system has failed. The ocean surface produces 50 to 80% of the Earth's total oxygen. However, most textbooks don't mention the seas at all. Protecting our forests should not be at the cost of another ecosystem. Ignorance is costing us our lungs.
Corruption runs through our media and our governments too. Multiple scientists like Zoe Broughton and Peter Kalmus have risked legal action trying to talk about the consequences of climate change, but only to be silenced. Why? Why is this being... Why are we being forced into darkness? Why is this being tolerated? And why is there no anger? This is a cry for help, and we must act now.
Our oceans are crucial in the existence of marine life, maintaining the chemical and biological balance. Marine pollution physically, chemically, and biologically alters the condition of the sea due to these contaminants.
There's said to be enough pollution on the enough plastic on the ocean surface that we can circle the Earth 425 times. Or to put it like this, we can go to the moon and back twice. Or, you know how much that all weighs? More than 38,000 African elephants. That's a lot of elephants. And by 2050, we're going to have more plastic than we can see fish in the sea.
Marine animals, they are disrupted by human-generated noise that has increased their risk of mortality. Over the past years, due to the intensification of industrial development, sound pollution in our ocean beds has increased. And this has disrupted their lives and their habitats.
Caused due to all the seismic testing and the ongoing wars, muting their communication, impairing their hearing, causing internal bleeding and sometimes even death. I'm pretty sure we've all heard about the Ukraine war, am I right? But did you know this war affected more than 700 dolphins in the Black Sea, crippling their ability to navigate, to find food, and even talk to each other?
Mines are located near water bodies that leads to contamination. Water from these mines are highly acidic as they contain a residue called acid mine drainage, also known as AMD, making it lethal to the aquatic life and the river itself.
Oil pollution is a hazard to the Gulf region. In 2009 and 2011, we had oil spills that caused the coast of Dibba to be completely destroyed. Last year, we had an oil spill that caused major marine life death. This was caused by ships that break local laws and still discharge their oil sludge into oceans.
So, we have disparities. We believe that climate change is classist. While people are suffering from this irreversible and damaging changes of climate change, we have people like Donald Trump, who proclaims that global warming is a Chinese byproduct to make the US manufacturing industry non-competitive. Not to forget, we have our lovely Elon Musk, who is so fixated on putting us to Mars. But guys, the point is, there is no planet B. It is this Earth or nothing. We cannot simply escape from our problems.
It's not just an environmental issue. Me, her, you, even you, it's us. It's us women and children that are 14% more likely to be affected by any natural disaster than men, thus making climate crisis a sexist issue.
Oxfam International in the year 2005 had stated that it was easier for males to survive the Sri Lankan tsunami in the year 2004 as they were taught how to swim and climb trees. This social prejudice is lethal for women.
Climate change is capitalist. With the world's wealth being controlled by the top 1%, third world nations are more likely to face the wrath of climate change. First world nations can afford to finance research programs that will shield them from the consequences of climate change, but the same cannot be said for others.
Climate change has widened the global income gap between developed and developing nations. Rich countries' argument for compensation is redundant because as for them, this is just a Pandora's box of limitless liabilities that they refuse to dabble in.
So, who's responsible for all of this? I think the answer is pretty clear. It's us, humans. But ironically, we're also the solution to this.
So far, to battle plastics, we have Completos Plasticos, which is a Colombian-based company that makes blocks out of 100% plastic waste. They follow the footsteps of Lego, and their blocks fit easily without compromising the structure of their integrity. So far, they've prevented 3,000 tons of plastic from entering the oceans, while also creating homes for beautiful displaced families.
A similar concept is followed by Unibrick India. Their design scheme allows for even further reinforcement of these structures. Essentially, the vision is the same: sustainability and affordability.
Corals, they are the rainforests of our oceans. But since the 1950s, we have lost more than half of our world's coral ecosystems. Did you know that the IPCC has predicted that with just an increase of 1.5 degrees centigrade in our sea temperatures can kill over 90% of our coral ecosystems? That too within the next 6 years. How crazy, right? Unfortunately, for the most of us, it's out of sight and out of mind.
So, do we have a solution for all of this?
Yes, we do. We have Dr. David Bond, who uses microfragmentation to clone corals. Using this, what was once a 25 to 75 period of growth has been shortened to 6 months only. So with this, we can actually regenerate our coral ecosystems once again.
Just spoke about the acid mine drainage issue, right? So there's this company called the Gamblin Artist Colors that collects these toxic waste from these AMDs to make quality paints called Earth Reclaimed Colors. They start a conversation with the environment about the art, saying how important the environment is and how we can use it in our art. On the other hand, we also have products like Earthpan. Earthpan is a venture started in the UK, being slowly introduced into the UAE, which uses plastic waste from the oceans to make their pan handles. At the same time, they clean the ocean and they protect the environment.
The fashion industry of fashion giants like H&M and Zara uses 93 billion cubic liters of water annually to produce their clothes, thus contributing to more pollution.
So maybe just rethink your lifestyle choices the next time.
All these solutions sound great, but they only solve the problems that we created. We have to go above and beyond.
So, with carbon emissions causing a lot of instability in the oceans, did you know that the ocean is actually trying to heal itself? So, we know that 30% of these carbon emissions are being absorbed by our very ocean. Moreover, up until now, 90% of the excess heat that is there in our climate system is actually being absorbed by our oceans.
Blue carbon is stored in many sea plants like the mangroves, the tidal marshes, the sea graves, and 83% of the global carbon is being circulated through our oceans. So why are we destroying our ecosystems when we should be preserving them and trying to turn the carbon dioxide into blue carbon to protect our environment?
Marine ecosystem help us strengthen our resiliency planning.
I'm sorry, Manipal University, but the time limit is over.
Ocean is our greatest ally. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now?
Test.
And now with the Prince Mohammed bin Fahd University, joining physically from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The team will present next is Ras Al Khaimah College of Medical Science, so please be ready. Thank you.
قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم: إذا قامت الساعة وفي يد أحدكم فسيلة فإن استطاع أن يغرسها فليفعل. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أرأيتم أعزائي الحضور، أعزائي المشاهدين، أن هذا الانفجار البسيط هو في العالم الموازي لكوكب الأرض إبرة بسيطة صنعت انفجار عظيم، وهذا بالضبط ما يفعله المناخ بكوكب الأرض. سنخوض معكم اليوم رحلتنا إلى مملكة الأحلام التي ستقودنا إلى رئة الكوكب. فأساس ضخ التنفس رئة الإنسان، فهي أهم عضو في جسده، كذلك المناخ للكوكب، فإن تضرر سائر الكوكب معه. وفي رحلتنا اليوم سنمر بعدة محطات رئيسية توضح أسباب وحلول تضرر المناخ.
حياتنا رهينة لتغير المناخ، فكل ضرر مناخي هو تهديد للرئة الحقيقية للكوكب. ومن أهم أضرارها ارتفاع درجة الحرارة المسببة للجفاف والعديد من الفيضانات وحرائق الغابات، كحرائق غابات الأمازون عام 2020. ومن أهم آثارها مقتل المخلوقات الحية، وأيضا انبعاث كميات كبيرة من الدخان والكربون. ومع ارتفاع درجة الحرارة يزداد التصحر، فالتصحر هو مشكلة كبيرة على المناطق الزراعية، فالجفاف هو عامل مؤثر في انهيار الدول المصدرة للمزروعات.
الله لو كانت هناك مدينة مستدامة بالكامل.
ومن قال أنه لا يوجد؟ سيداتي وسادتي، محطتنا الأولى هي ذا لاين، أن تعيشوا في مدينة مناخها معتدل طوال العام، وتنعم في طبيعتها الخلابة وتنوعها البيئي كل يوم، وتمارسوا جميع الرياضات المهتمين بها في مساحاتها البرية والبحرية.
إضافة إلى ذلك بنسبة 0% شوارع، سيارات وانبعاثات كربونية، إذ ستعتمد المدينة بالكامل على الطاقة المتجددة بنسبة 100%، كما أن المساحة للمدينة التي لن تمس تعادل 95% من إجمالي المساحة، وهذا هو الجزء الأكبر في خطة المملكة المستقبلية لرؤية 2030.
وهنا نصل إلى المحطة الثانية، وبها سنبرز لكم المبادرات البيئية. أولاً مبادرة تشجير، وهي عبارة عن زراعة 100 مليون شجرة لمكافحة التصحر. ثانياً مبادرة السعودية خضراء، وهي إحدى أكبر المبادرات بالمملكة بمجال الاستدامة وتقليل الانبعاثات الكربونية. مبادرة الشرق الأوسط أخضر، وهي عبارة عن اجتماع جميع المدن لتلبية احتياجات المناخ مع السعودية والشرق الأوسط.
كما أن للبشر حياة، فللمحيطات أيضا حياة تخفي الكثير من المشكلات. فالمحيط أحد أكثر الأماكن اتساعا وغموضا وتنوعا على وجه الأرض، فبدون الخدمات التي تقدمها المحيطات يمكن أن تتجاوز درجة الحرارة 100 درجة مئوية وتجعل الحياة على الأرض غير ممكنة. هل تعلم عزيزي المستمع أنه يموت أكثر من 1,000,000 طائر من الطيور البحرية سنويا بسبب تلوث المحيطات؟ كما يموت 300,000 من الدلافين سنويا
بسبب الوقوع في شباك الصيد الملقاة في المحيطات. ثانياً، يتسبب إلقاء الأسمدة في مياه المحيطات في الإثراء الغذائي، مما يؤدي إلى الزيادة السريعة في نمو الطحالب واستنزافها للأكسجين الذي يؤثر على الحياة البحرية. أخيراً وأهمها البلاستيك، وهو العنصر الأكثر شيوعاً الذي يتم العثور عليه في المحيطات، وهو ذو آثار ضارة للغاية على البيئة لأنه لا يتحلل بسهولة، كما تتغذى عليه الكائنات البحرية في كثير من الأحيان. ويمكن لبقايا البلاستيك أن تمتص المواد السامة الناتجة عن تلوث المحيطات، وبالتالي يتسبب في تسمم أي كائن يتناولها، مما يؤدي إلى التهديد الصحي الكبير لمختلف الكائنات البحرية. فلا بد من وجود خطة علاجية لتغيرات المناخ والحد من ارتفاع مستويات سطح البحر الذي يؤدي إلى تفاقم الصيد الجائر.
لدينا الخطة بمبادرة مشروع الاستزراع السمكي الذي يعمل على تهيئة بيئة مناسبة للأسماك، بحيث يعتمد على الأحواض المدعومة بالمخصبات والأسمدة والغذاء الطبيعي، وينتج عن ذلك تحكم بكم ونوع الأسماك المنتجة، وأيضا تربية أصناف وأنواع خاصة. أعزائي المستمعين، تم تسجيل مشكلة البلاستيك على أنها أكبر وأخطر مشاكل عالم المحيطات، ويصنع البلاستيك الحيوي من مواد غير متجددة كالدهون والزيوت النباتية، ولكن تم التوصل إلى حل جديد، ألا وهو استعمال الطحالب البحرية في تصنيع العبوات وأغلفة للمواد الغذائية. أيضا تم اكتشاف فطر الأسبرجيلاس، ويعمل هذا الفطر على إذابة أهم عناصر البلاستيك، مما يساهم في تنقية المحيطات وتحليل النفايات منها.
وهنا نصل إلى المحطة الثالثة والأخيرة، وهي المفاوضات الدولية. المفاوضات الدولية ما هي إلا اتفاقيات بين دول العالم لحماية المناخ. أولاً، اتفاقية وارسو الدولية، وهي عبارة عن تقليل الانبعاثات الكربونية والحماية من آثار المناخ الضارة. ثانياً، اتفاقية صندوق المناخ الأخضر، وهي عبارة عن أن تقدم البلدان المتقدمة مساعدة مالية لبناء البلدان النامية. وهنا أختتم معكم أعزائي الحضور المحطات الثلاث باتفاقية اتصالات التكييف، وهي عبارة عن تحقيق جميع الاتفاقيات لرؤية 2030 بكل يسر وسهولة من جميع الجوانب الصحية، المالية وغيرها.
ختاماً، المملكة العربية السعودية تعمل يداً بيد مع جميع دول العالم لتحقق جميع الاتفاقيات المناخية الدولية، فلا بد أن تترجم السياسات على أرض الواقع، حيث يجب البدء بالعمل على خطط التنفيذ حالاً، وألا نقف على إعداد سياسات مناخية لتحقيق أهدافنا. نحن بحاجة إلى علماء ومهندسين أكثر، لذلك لا بد من تثقيف وإشراك الشباب في هذه المجالات، لأنهم سلم المستقبل الذي نطمح إليه. دائما ما تبدأ قصص النجاح برؤية، وأنجح الرؤى هي تلك التي تبنى على مكامن القوة، لذلك لا بد من العمل على خططنا تحقيقا للهدف رقم 12، 13 و15 من أهداف التنمية المستدامة. كان معكم طالبات جامعة الأمير محمد بن فهد، ريما سباعي، فرح القاضي، رغد الغامدي، وبلسم السعدون، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
مين كان عنده
Now we will have Ras Al Khaimah College of Medical Science joining on stage. And next is Zayed University, so please be ready. Thank you.
The prominent environmentalist Robert Swan rightly said, "The greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it." You know this image very well. A polar bear and her little cub stranded on a piece of floating ice. That's the wrath of climate change. Global warming is melting the Arctic ice. Water levels are rising, and the sea is swallowing up countries. And we, humans, are responsible for it. Our activities have increased the levels of greenhouse gases, such as carbon dioxide, by about 50% since the Industrial Revolution. These greenhouse gases are responsible for trapping heat in the Earth's atmosphere, and 90% of this heat is eventually soaked up by the oceans. As a result, sea surface temperatures have increased by 0.5 degrees since the last century. Though this temperature rise might seem insignificant, it is enough to cause the expansion of the seas and the extinction of marine life. Consequently, sea levels have been rising at a rate of 1.1 milliliters annually. All of this indicates that there is a pressing issue that deserves our attention, and that is
climate change. Climate change refers to the long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns. Humans have been the primary cause of creating climate change, especially by burning fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas, which release greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide and methane. Forests and trees have been the primary source of carbon. So when they are cleared by deforestation, the carbon is released back into the atmosphere as greenhouse gases as carbon dioxide. Majority of the carbon on the earth is stored in a surprising place, the ocean. In the past, every time I thought about climate change, the only picture that came into my mind was a sky filled with soot. I had never thought that climate change could have a profound impact on the oceans. Most of us don't realize that the oceans are the primary source of carbon sinks, and they are the lungs of our planet. Hence, we should see the oceans as a source of solution instead of another part of the environment that we need to save. The oceans provide countless benefits to our planet. They help feed us, regulate weather and climate, and generate the oxygen we breathe. They are also home to aquatic life forms, which contribute significantly to the biodiversity of our planet. They also help in establishing the world economy by tourism, aquaculture, and international shipping. Most importantly, it acts as the carbon sink by absorbing 1/3 of the carbon dioxide emissions and 90% of the heat generated by it.
However, the oceans have long taken the brunt of the impacts caused by human-made global warming. Firstly, the ocean is getting warmer. The greenhouse effect not only warms the planet, but also increases the temperature of the world's oceans. This warmer water vaporizes quickly, fueling stronger and more frequent storms. Increased temperatures also disrupt the food chain from krill to penguins and seals and threatens the existence of delicate ocean life like coral reefs. Secondly, sea levels have been rising not only because water expands when it heats up, but also due to the melting of ice sheets and glaciers. This in turn contributes to flooding on once dry lands on coastal regions. A third consequence of climate change is ocean acidification. The sea absorbs carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, which lowers its pH and increases its acidic content. This in turn reduces the amount of calcium carbonate present in the ocean, which challenges the survival of shelled organisms, which are of utmost importance throughout the marine food chain. Recent estimates from the United Nations organization warn that more than half of the world's marine species may stand on the brink of extinction by the year 2100. A 1.5 degrees Celsius increase in temperatures threatened to destroy 70 to 90% of coral reefs. And a 2 degrees Celsius increase in temperatures means a nearly 100% loss of coral reefs. This is a point of no return.
Since the rising levels of greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide and more recently methane is the fundamental cause of ocean warming and acidification, decreasing the emission of these heat-trapping gases would be the cornerstone to decelerating the disastrous impacts of climate change and protecting the true lungs of our planet, the oceans. While it is indeed essential to celebrate on ideas that can lower further emissions, extracting and recycling gases that have already been emitted into the atmosphere can have a significant impact in slowing the rise of temperatures. And this is where our hypothetical augmented reality model, the CO2-CH4 capture, can play a potential role. We designed this model using the Assembler Studio app. As you can see, it consists of a primary compartment fitted with pressure gauges that can detect local atmospheric CO2, carbon dioxide, and CH4, methane levels. When the concentration of these gases exceeds the normal level, which is 350 parts per million for carbon dioxide and 1.5 parts per million for CH4, it automatically absorbs the surplus and redirects these gases to the different branches of our machine. The first branch consists of a zeolite mesh. Zeolite is a crystalline material that can act as a sponge to soak up methane even at low concentrations. Thus, methane remains trapped in zeolite while CO2 passes ahead. The first branch is further subdivided to supply the two other branches of our machine, the bioplastic generator and the beverage industry.
In the bioplastic generator, microorganisms are grown in a mixture containing water, salt, and minerals. The excess carbon dioxide absorbed is pumped into these microorganisms, which in turn produce a polymeric substance that can be collected and converted into bioplastics. Now, this provides us with twin benefits. First, less carbon dioxide, and secondly, biodegradable materials, an alternative to plastics.
In the beverage industry, the carbon dioxide collected is passed through a giant filter, and that is directed to manufacture carbonated drinks. This utilizes the carbon dioxide that already exists in the atmosphere instead of artificially creating it.
The final branch, methane capture, traps methane, which is 25 times more potent than carbon dioxide at trapping heat in the atmosphere. This trapped methane can then be used for various domestic purposes, such as fuel for cooking and electricity.
In this manner, pre-existing atmospheric greenhouse gases can be brought down to normal levels.
Better late than never.
We need to protect our oceans and take care of them as if our lives depended on them, because they do.
So, who should take action? You? Me? Yes, it's us. We as students should act responsibly and do our bit by spreading awareness on activities such as pollution of the ocean to break this vicious cycle of climate change and protect our oceans, the forgotten lungs of the planet. So, it's up to us now. The time is ticking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we will have Zayed University, Dubai branch. Please, judges, note that Zayed University is Dubai branch. And next is Gulf Medical University, so please be ready. Thank you.
afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hassa Al-Falasi, a student from Zayed University. And these are my team members, Mira Ali and Maithal Banai. And we are honored to be here today to be speaking about a very crucial environmental topic that is considered to be one of the main key drivers to climate change. Every human on this planet is affecting Earth in one way or another. Every person in this room, including myself, is harming the environment. As Anthony Williams once said, the more we harm Mother Nature, the more we harm mankind. We will begin our presentation by a short video we have prepared.
In a developing world, fossil fuel, waste pollution, human consumption, overpopulation, poverty, wildfires, intense weather events, mass deforestation, greenhouse gas emissions, plastic pollution, vanishing glaciers, floods, poor air quality, rising sea levels, animal extinction. 2022, one planet, 8 billion humans.
So one of the main drivers to climate change is deforestation. The excessive cutting down of vast amounts of plants and forests is directly linked to the increased concentrations of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Plants form the natural backbone of ecosystems, and they play a vital role in producing the oxygen we all breathe. By absorbing carbon dioxide and producing oxygen as a byproduct of photosynthesis, as humankind continue to erase these vast amounts of forests and land for agriculture, industrial, and urbanization purposes, the consequences of climate change will thereby continue to intensify and result in extreme catastrophic weather events. So some of the catastrophic environmental impacts of deforestation is population displacement. Many people are losing their homes and have to flee their villages due to erasing vast amounts of land and forest. Second, resource depletion. We humans are using our natural resources faster than they can be replenished. And lastly, the increased concentrations of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, which is directly linked to global warming and the continuous rise in global temperatures. So this graph shows how anthropogenic activities have led to the rapid increase in carbon concentration throughout the years, which is also causing another problem known as ocean acidification. Oceans are becoming unsafe, acidic environments and can no longer support marine life. So some of the solutions, the United Nations has implemented specific sustainable development goals to protect the environment. SDG 13, which is to take urgent action to combat climate change, and Sustainable Development Goal 15 is to protect, restore, and sustainably manage forests. As well, some of the solutions on a global scale is to invest in renewable resources of energy, as well as focus on the implementation of strategies and policies to preserve and cherish our environment.
Most of our breathable air doesn't come from the land, it comes from the ocean. According to the NOAA, the ocean produces 70% of the Earth's oxygen. Since the Industrial Revolution, the carbon dioxide emission has increased. About 30% of this emission is absorbed by the ocean. When carbon dioxide dissolves and reacts with water, it produces acidity in the water, and it affects the survival of the coral reef, shellfish, and planktons. So for the past 2 decades, the pH of the ocean has decreased by 0.1, which means the acidity is increased by 30%. And if we didn't reduce those carbon emissions, the ocean will be as acidic twice as now. And one of the most affected plankton is the phytoplankton. The phytoplankton are a microscopic marine algae. They produce the majority of the oxygen that comes from the ocean. And due to the acidity in the water, the phytoplankton now have weaker shell, which means they absorb less carbon dioxide, which also means they produce less oxygen. As we can see from the graph, while the carbon dioxide emission is increasing, the population of the phytoplankton is decreasing. One of the permanent solutions is mangroves, which also known as blue carbon. Mangroves act like a carbon storage. They absorb the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and store it in their leaves, wood, and soil. Although the mangrove only represents 0.5 of the global ocean surface area, they store around 70% of those emissions. In addition, mangroves mitigate the acidity of the surrounding water and provide a habitat for marine life.
And now it's a time to think about how ocean can have an impact on the environment. Have you ever questioned yourself how is environment and oceans are linked together? Because of the pH level is decreasing, so the pH level, the acidity is increasing. So when we have the acidity is increasing, the carbon emission is increasing. So it's all linked together. When we think about it, have you ever questioned yourself, one pair of jeans requires how many liters of water? It requires around 7,600 liters of water, which is a lot. And this 7,600 liters of water can let a person, an individual, live for 2 years straight, which is very efficient and it's way too much of wasting. So one of the research, and I found it very interesting, was by the UNECE in 2018 stated that 85% of the textile have been left out on the landfills. And it's because what? Because of the chemicals and because of how cheap they are. Such as plastic bags. When you buy from any shops that gives you sales that would attract customers, but they would never care about their health. So it's affecting the individual as well as the environment, as well as the ocean. Have you ever thought who's responsible to save these animals in the ocean? Marine life is no longer going to be a part if we're not taking an action. So it's time to implement the SDGs. It's time to implement the SDGs, such as taking an action, as well as taking care about our production and consumption, as well as having clean water. Instead of wasting water and creating one pair of jeans, we have to reuse it. We have to make a system where we can reuse this water that we have been used. All right, as well as, okay, the next slide. So here we can see the statistic below that how many tons of water have been used within the years. Every year it's increasing, and every year it's wasting a lot of, it's wasting in the ocean. And when we are wasting in the oceans, we're ruining the life. We're ruining the marine life. We should take the responsibility now. So we should think about recycling, think about donating our clothes that we don't need for people that needs it. Think about the next generation, because we are responsible for the next generation. Let's think further. We should take an action now, and thank you guys.
Now we will have Gulf Medical University joining virtual. So please, Gulf Medical University, share your screen, unmute yourself and open your cameras.
Hello? Is it
Hello?
audible?
Yes? I can hear you.
Are we audible? Yes. So is it screen shared?
Yes, it's shared now. I can see your screen.
Can see the screen?
Yes, you can start. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all present here. We are students of Gulf Medical University, and I am Sautan Ishwar, and my fellow mates, Nadim Misbah and Manan Azam, and we are going to speak about the topic, True Lungs of the Planet, Key to Prevent Climate Change. We will be focusing on SDG goals 12, 13, and 14. Speaking about some facts, 2019 pre-COVID was the second warmest year on record. Only 85 countries of 192 countries have a risk reduction strategy. Now, we move forward to some solutions which makes a difference. The UN has identified a 6-sector strategy which include energy, agriculture, transportation, industry, urban planning, and natural-based solution. If all of them combine and make a difference, then the action will reduce the carbon emission, which will in turn limit the global temperature by 1.5 degrees Celsius. 125 of 154 developing countries have formulated and implemented climate adaptation plans, with highest priority to food security, human health, wetland ecosystem, and freshwater source. I would like to play a short video before I end my speech.
Climate change affects all continents. We cannot stand back and watch its devastating consequences on the future. Today, climate change affects economy and people, communities and nations. Day by day, we witness how the ocean level rises and how climatic events become more extreme. Our industrial activities are currently producing the highest levels of gas emissions in history, resulting in an increase of 3 degrees Celsius in the Earth temperature this century. And you know the worst part? That this will affect our children directly, and the poor will experience the worst consequences. But the good news is we have solutions within reach. In addition to using renewable energies and urging the international community to adapt to an economy low on carbon, now is your chance to act. We want to improve education and awareness towards climate change, and include mitigation policies and political strategies. We want to adopt urgent measures to fight climate change and its effects. Starting today, we're ending this.
Lastly, I would like to mention it's a code red warning from the climate to the humanity. Our window to avoid climate catastrophe is closing rapidly. Sea level rise, drought, disasters are all we can expect if nothing is done now. A recent initiative by the world is COP27, which is consensus of parties and aims to drive collective action across climate and desertification to close financial gaps for natural-based solutions. I would like to pass it on to the next speaker, Manal Azam.
Nature provides us free lunch, but only if we control our appetite. Agenda of SDG 12 is to ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. Unsustainable patterns of consumption and production are root cause of triple planetary crisis. Now, what are the triple planetary crises? Climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. So, how much do you think we pollute in a day? The total of 220 million particles, 5 particles every day, or just over 2,500 per second. Looking at the rate, in one day, we are breathing 622 micrograms of PM 2.5. So, what do you think can be the solution to make breathing easier? Cloud seeding. Cloud seeding has been going on in UAE for decades. It's a method where silver iodide or dry ice is introduced into the air by a plane to stimulate cloud condensation, which then causes rain or snow. Electrostatic vacuum cleaners. What better way to obey the UN's order than to simply suck the air clean with the electrostatic vacuum cleaner? This design magnetizes charged copper coils to attract the pollution particles from the air. As our reliance on natural resources is increasing, it has risen over 65% globally from 2000 to 2019. We all know sun is the fastest growing and the most abundant resource provided by the mankind. But did you know, NASA estimates that you would have to explode 100 billion tons of dynamite every second of every day to match the energy produced by the sun? It's no wonder then why there are thousands of solar engineers all over the world that want even a small piece of that energy. Here are some newly innovative products being worked on. Solar cars. The annual distance humans travel using fossil fuels is approximately 9.5 trillion kilometers, which is equivalent to 1 light year. That's a lot of fossil fuels being burned, which has many engineers attempting to design a solar-powered car for consumer use. The world's first production-ready solar car, the Lightyear Zero, will arrive in the UAE early next year. There are plans for the $224,000 car manufactured by Lightyear to be tested and sold in the Middle East. Our planet has provided us with an abundance of natural resources, but we have not utilized them responsibly and currently have consumed far beyond what our planet can provide. Do you know 46 to 58,000 square miles of forest are lost every year? That's equivalent to 48 football fields every minute. Sustainability is no longer about doing less harm, it's about doing more good.
Now, I would like to continue on SDG Goal 14. SDG Goal 14 states that we must conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. Healthy oceans and seas are essential to our existence. They cover 70% of our planet and they provide us with food, energy, and water. Yet, we manage to do tremendous damage to these precious resources. We must immediately start to responsibly manage and protect these resources before it's too late. Now, I would like to speak more on the different aspects that are addressed under this goal. Ocean acidification is one of the concerns of great importance. It has to be reduced greatly and its impacts have to be addressed by incorporating enhanced scientific cooperation at all levels. Sustainable fishing is one of the protocols of international marine activities. By 2020, we should be able to effectively regulate harvesting and end overfishing, illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, and implement science-based management plans in order to restore fish stocks to the earliest, in the shortest time feasible, in such a way that we can produce maximum sustainable yield as per their biological characteristics. Marine pollution is one of the most pressing international concerns of today. We must reduce marine pollution of all kinds, including the ones from land-based debris and marine debris, as well as nutrient pollution. There must be protection and restoration of the marine ecosystems. We must naturally protect and restore the marine and coastal ecosystems in order to avoid its significant adverse impacts by strengthening their resilience and restoring them to their natural levels. Now, I would like to state a quote by Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. We must rise higher to rescue the Sustainable Development Goals and stay true to our promise of a world of peace, dignity, and prosperity on a healthy planet. Finally, I'd like to end my speech by saying, protect the environment. There is no planet B. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to our second set of presenters for the first topic. Please give a big round of applause to yourself for doing a tremendous job of putting forth your viewpoints. شكرا لمجموعتنا الثانية من مقدمي الموضوع الأول. من فضلكم صفقوا لأنفسكم للقيام بعمل هائل في طرح آرائكم. And now we will take a 30-minute lunch break. And when we reconvene, we shall be hearing from the panel presenters. Please make sure to be back at 1:15 to ensure that we start on time. الآن سنأخذ استراحة غداء مدتها 30 دقيقة وبعدها نكمل عروض الفرق المتبقية. يرجى التأكد من العودة بتمام الساعة 1:15 دقيقة لتأكد من أننا نبدأ في الوقت المحدد. شكرا. Welcome back all. I hope you enjoyed the meal. I'm sure that you are looking forward to start the balanced presenters. Kindly note, there are 3 teams presenting and there is no break in between presentations. مرحبا بعودتكم جميعا. أتمنى أن تكونوا قد استمتعتم بالوجبة. أنا متأكد من أنكم جميعا تطلعون لاستكمال العروض المذهلة. يرجى ملاحظة أن هناك 3 فرق ستقوم بالتقديم ولا يوجد فاصل بين العروض التقديمية. And now we will have Majma University presenting virtually from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So please, Majma University, share your screen and mute the mic and open the cameras.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam rahmatullah.
How are you doing? Could we start now?
Yeah, you can start. Thank you.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am Abdul Zontairi. Today, me and my team members will introduce today a topic of hydrogen protection. My friend Abdullah will start now. Could you start, please?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Abdullah Ahmed Al-Freh from Saudi Arabia, Majma University, College of Engineering. We're gonna show you hydrogen production content. What's the hydrogen production and the overview about hydrogen production, application and process of hydrogen production, and the progress of hydrogen production, economic impact, and comparing between Saudi Arabia and Australia, and the cost of hydrogen production, and the reference. What's the hydrogen and hydrogen production? Hydrogen production is known as a natural gas. It's the most abundant chemical element, estimated to contribute 75 of the gas, 75 of the mass of the universe. Hydrogen can be produced from the diverse domestic resources, including the fossil fuels, biomass, and water electrolysis with electricity. Overview of hydrogen production. In the late 15th century, the European chemist, the existence of the hydrogen while seeking the origin of water on the earth. Then in the late 18th century, a British scientist, Henry Cavendish, he found it, and about the same time, Antonio Lavoisier, as we know, the father of chemists, French inventors used lightweight hydrogen to fly the world in the first hot air balloon in the 18th century.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Saif Shamil from Saudi Arabia. We'll talk about the progress of hydrogen protection over the years. In the 60-25, first description of hydrogen by Johann Baptista of Helmond, first to use the word gas. And 1783, Johann and Jacques Charles made the first flight with his hydrogen barrel. And in 1937, the first hydrogen-cooled turbo generator went into service at the Dayton, Ohio. And in 1806, Francois Jacques Dreyfus built the Dreyfus engine, the first internal combustion engine powered by a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen. Well, the major application of hydrogen production, hydrogen is the first. Hydrogen is used in many industrial processes, and hydrogen is used for exploring outer space. And the third, hydrogen fuel cells produce electricity, and fourth, the boring hydrogen for electricity generation, and hydrogen used in vehicles. And hydrogen is considered an alternative vehicle fuel under the Energy Policy Act of 1992, and vehicles with no emission of air pollutants. And the hydrogen fuel cells produce electricity. Hydrogen fuel cells produce electricity by combining hydrogen and oxygen. Next.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Abdelaziz Mtairi. I'm going to talk about the process of hydrogen protection. There's many processes, but I'm taking just the main two processes of hydrogen protection. The first one that produces the gray hydrogen, which can produce also assumption. It's called a natural gas forming gasification synthetic gas. It's a mixture of hydrogen carbon monoxide. It's small amount of carbon dioxide is created by reacting natural gas with high temperature steam. That method is the cheapest and the most efficient of the most common natural gas reforming using the steam account for a measure of hydrogen protection in the United States. And also the process is the most common and the special one and the cheapest one used in our time, in our world. The second process which produces a green hydrogen, which called electrolysis. Electrolysis is an electric current split water into hydrogen and oxygen. If the electricity is produced by renewable energy source, such as a solar panel or wind, the resulting of the hydrogen will be considered as renewable as well and has a numerous assumption benefit. Power to hydrogen project are taking off using excess renewable electricity when available to make the hydrogen through electrolysis. And this process also is taking the most attention in the world, and all the economics, all the country are planning to make this is the future of the power or the power source. Okay, next.
Assalamu alaikum, my name is Abdulhan Hamdi Hadbani from Majma University. And here I'm going to talk about the cost of hydrogen production. This cost is strongly affected by production technologies advancement level. So we have, according to the table, we have the lower cost processes, like SMR with CCS, like which is steam methane reforming with carbon capture strong, up to the most costly processes like solar electrolysis and wind electrolysis and nuclear electrolysis and nuclear thermolysis. So wind and solar electrolysis give the highest production cost per kilogram of hydrogen. Next, we have economic impact of hydrogen production. Several factors influence the hydrogen economy: population, and gross domestic product for population, and CO2 emissions, including CO2 from industry and transport, for total final consumption, including industrial and transport sectors. And the last is proportion of primary energy supply that is renewable in percentage. The second is economic impact of hydrogen production, PV system industry, and wind turbine system industry. So by increase the market size, which create jobs and business. Transition to a pure hydrogen economy will affect the entire energy supply and distribution system. Next with my teammate.
Comparison of hydrogen production between Saudi Arabia and Australia. Saudi Arabia production is going to become the top supplier and has clean target 2.9 million ton per year by 2030 and 4 million ton per year by 2035. In the opposite way, Australia become the third largest hydrogen exporter in Asia. Hydrogen consumption. Saudi Arabia is already the largest consumer of hydrogen for its refinery and chemical industry, and hydrogen used in the transportation sector. In the opposite way, Australia's current hydrogen consumption will be broke for three categories. One is feedstock to ammonia plants, two is feedstock to crude oil refineries process, and three other minor applications. For the future of hydrogen, at the present time, we are facing a problem in the environment, and one of the effective solution of energy without emission to the atmosphere, and one of the energy sources is a green hydrogen. Based on our research, in the hydrogen industry, we suggest the following. One, the use of hydrogen of source energy contributes to reducing emissions. Two, starting green hydrogen production contributes to faster technology developments. And three, exporting hydrogen fuel contributes to ensuring an economic return to the field, establishing academic college for renewable energy source to ensure expert in the future. And thank you for that.
Thank you for listening. We are happy today being with you. Also, thank you, Emirat Environmental Group. This is our presentation. I hope we introduce some benefit information for you. Thank you. Thank you for all. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Now we will have Westward University College joining us on the stage. And next, University of Bolton, so please be ready.
Check. 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 Check.
Well. Hello. Check. Check.
Emissions, extinction, pollution,
Climate change, global warming. These are the topics we've discussed for years to an end. As humans, we often tend to shift the blame from one to another. What we do not realize is that we aren't a part of the problem anymore. We are the problem. A very good morning to the respectable judges and my fellow competitors. Today, my team is here to present on the topic Conserving True Lungs of the Planet, Key to Preventing Climate Change. But before I start off, I would like to extend my gratitude to EEG for giving us youngsters a platform as such, where we can really voice our thoughts and be flag bearers of change. The impact of climate change, we all know them, we all see them, and we all know the effect it has, and we all know that this is only going to get worse. And still, as the UN's Emission Gas Report 2022 suggests, we still aren't doing anywhere near enough to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. As you can see, COVID has had a very bad impact for us humans, but to the Earth, it's been more than a blessing. And why do you ask? Well, it helped the Earth rejuvenate its ecosystems and bring it back to life. Unfortunately, these practices started coming back, and the effects of climate change were visible once again. The effects of climate change that we are talking about here are acid rain, ozone layer depletion, overpopulation, rise in sea levels, and rise in temperatures. Climate change basically refers to long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns. These shifts are mostly natural, but for a long time now, human activities have been the major driving source of these changes. Moving on, to preserve and to preserve a living climate and to preserve the climate, we must reduce the greenhouse emissions by half by 2030 and to net zero by 2050. This is our planet, and while we know it's at crisis, we also know that the solutions are in reach. It's time we make a change and stop being a part of this problem and be a part of the solution. Now let's see how UAE has made an impact on the climate change.
As we all know, UAE has been blessed with the overpowering sun, and we have it all year round. The climate in UAE consists of two seasons, summer and hot summer. The country is characterized by hot and sunny summers with humidity levels that make being outdoors unbearable. That said, the pleasant and mild winters bring great relief. UAE's contribution to the environment has been significant over the recent years. Some of them being hybrid and electric vehicles are encouraged to bring down carbon emissions. Organizations such as EEG itself have been initiated to bring awareness and sustain the environment. Masdar city represents the first attempt in the Middle East to build a sustainable city. Masdar city aims to reduce the use of energy, water, and the generation of waste. It uses a combination of technology, architectural designs, and solar power to run. The country's climate aims to reduce 301 million metric tons of solar energy. My bad, I'm sorry. And now, let's look at our solution.
Now, moving on to our solution. As my peers have spoken before, and my colleagues as well, we all know the dangers of carbon emissions and greenhouse gases in our environment. And so, we would like to place the importance on individual accountability and acceptance of one's responsibility towards our planet. And this means placing accountability on big name exploiters out there and holding them accountable to their actions. We have created a device called the CEM detector, which is a remote carbon emission detector with AI powered forecasting. Now, this device tracks emissions from residences, commercial buildings, industries. It also tracks emissions from various other sources as well. It uses these emissions to forecast and combat a measure to how to deal with it. Tracking emissions is extremely important as it gives us a measure of the biocapacity required to deal with the situation.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the process of the product. This is where all the magic happens. Our device is mainly made to detect the carbon emissions. And once the device is made, it automatically starts detecting the carbon emissions in the atmosphere. It is detected in industrial areas, commercial areas, maybe your houses, the residential areas. This is how the process looks like. Upon the completion of a process, upon the completion of a setup, it automatically starts noticing and reading all the AI, all the carbon detected. This is done by the AI that we have founded. It is called prescriptive and predictive data. This data then goes to the UAE servers. Guess what? We need to have help of UAE to get this problem solved. After going to UAE servers with just not the reading but predictive reading, if this issue is in hand, has more impact and more emphasis,
Carbon credit auditing is a method that we have adopted to help us keep the carbon footprint in check. Carbon credits traditionally are credits given to organizations where they assess the functioning of the organization in terms of carbon consumption and assign them certain limits or parameters. Now, these limits or parameters, if crossed, the company is fined for it. But in the case of there being an excess, the company can sell it to other firms. Now, we have assigned these credits to many of our functioning areas, which is buildings, be it commercial, residential, industrial, factories, and so on. And also in the setting of outdoor functioning, the setting they're in.
We further plan on partnering with the UAE water and electricity sources and authorities to give us a chance to provide this product. What happens with this is, on an individual basis, we detect the carbon emission in their bills, and if the carbon emission is going over the limit then we have set for, you are fined for it. However, this is just on an individual perspective. Let's go on to the industries that exploit the most. We give them black points, and each black point has its own power. Once you cross that 12 black points that we have given you, your license gets revoked. Now, if you think it is very harsh on us to start with this, we don't think so, because this is a need of an hour and we need to imply it. Talking about our product, we firmly believe launching our product into the market will reduce the carbon emission up to 20% in next 6 to 8 months. Coming back globally, it can reduce the carbon emission to 60%, and which is a huge number.
Further impacts, we don't just want to focus on a small category of people. Talk about residences, we focused on them long enough. That's 17 to 20% of the emissions globally. But then we would like to focus on the bigger picture, call in all of the contributors of carbon emissions and bring them all together into making a bigger impact.
Highlighting our sustainable development and goals, responsible consumption and production,
So basically, by adding the device in houses, we give everyone the measures of how much carbon is being emitted. In that way, we start to become more responsible with the usage of our household appliances. Life underwater. Increase of carbon emissions would increase the acidity in water, which would have harmful effects on marine life. But with the help of our device, we can decrease the carbon emissions, which would decrease the acidity in water, which would reduce the harmful effects on marine life. 5 billion metric tons of human-produced carbon remain in the atmosphere. Whatever you choose to do in your day-to-day life has an outsized impact on humanity's fight against climate change. Your actions not only determine how many greenhouse gases you physically put in the atmosphere, but also, more importantly, your actions and words influence others. You can choose to be a part of the solution or do nothing and be a part of the problem. Unfortunately, these are the only two options. You have to pick one or the other because doing nothing is a decision in itself. Your actions do matter. Earlier, we saw the technological solution of the problem. But what about the natural solution? We Westfordians have taken a solution by planting over 2,000 trees all over the world, of which 250 are right here in the UAE. Now, it's your turn. We don't just talk the talk, we walk it too.
And now we will have University of Bolton Mechanical Engineering Department. So please join us on the stage.
Who's going to use that pointer? Just check if it's working or not. Who's going to use the pointer? It's working?
Check.
Shall we start? Who doesn't like to sit by the beach and hear the sounds of the oceans? Little do we know about the oceans. The oceans contribute to 54% of the world's oxygen, and it also acts as a climate regulator of our planet. Also, it is the main source of protein for marine life and us humans. But on the other side of the wheel, we don't realize what's happening. This is known as the climate spiral recorded by NASA. And as per the research, as the years have been passing by, we can see that the temperature of our planet has been rising. What are the impacts and consequences of such an event? A massive man-made tragedy of global scale is currently occurring. Our greatest threat for thousands of years? Climate change. If we don't act, our civilization will crumble and most of the natural world will go extinct. The message from the world's people is clear. Time is running out. Compared to the 1900s, 50% of carbon dioxide has been increased in the past years. Moreover, we are rapidly clearing out the world's trees, while the trees themselves are the greatest consumers of carbon dioxide. The earth we are impacting the world so badly that it has become so emotional and so tortured in the past few years. Simply put, if we cannot protect nature, we cannot protect ourselves. One simple solution is by humans. If we can create a human solution, we can solve this problem together.
But all of this is not something that we have just figured out. We have been told multiple times and we have been warned multiple times. Here is a newspaper article from 1988 talking about the beginning of global warming and the start of sea level rise. Sea level rise has more than doubled over the past 3 decades, going from 2.1 millimeter per year in the 1990s to 4.5 millimeter per year in the 2010s to 2020s. Change in temperature can lead to unparalleled cascading effects, such as the melting of the ice, the acidification of the ocean, the sea level rise, and the marine heat waves. Since marine heat waves are 10 times stronger, 50 times more likely to happen, and we can expect 20 to 50 in the next 100 years. Also, even little increases in temperature can have a huge effect. Just a 2-degree increase in temperature can lead to 99% of all coral reefs dying. Here are some newspaper articles talking about the perils of climate change as well as the vanishing of the coral reefs.
Moreover, Jawad, our choices have consequences. As you can see, the increase in plastic pollution is causing a serious threat to the marine life. In fact, the greatest percentage of waste dumped into the ocean consists of plastic bags and plastic bottles. In fact, if this continues, there will be a day in which we'll have more plastic in our ocean than fish.
Complaining is finding faults and wisdom is in finding solutions. And if we want to solve this solution, we need to dig at the roots instead of just hacking at the leaves. So, what or who is the cause, Faham?
It's us, the humans, that bring about these problems on climate change. However, the UN has come up with different measures to undertake these problems, and these are some of them. The UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, known as the IPCC, was set up by the World Meteorological Center and the UN Environment to provide an objective source for scientific information. The 5th assessment report opened the alarming evidence on climate change problems. This report provides a comprehensive assessment on the sea level rises and its causes over the past few decades, as well as provides estimates the cumulative CO2 productions over the past few decades. The Earth Summit was created the UN Framework Convention as a first step in addressing climate change problems. The Kyoto Protocol was launched to strengthen the global response to climate change, as well it did this by legally binding most of the countries and parties to meet emission reduction targets over a period of time. Later, the Paris Agreement of 2015 was introduced, and this was a build-up on the convention. It had a central aim of its central aim was to strengthen the global response on the threat of climate change by reducing the global temperatures but below 2 degrees Celsius. These are some of the measures taken by the different countries.
The US has set ambitious goals on reducing greenhouse gases and promoting clean energy. She has also launched an ocean conservation pledge, inviting other countries to conserve at least 30% of ocean waters by 2030. The UK has conserved more than 50% of its ocean waters by 2020. She also pledged to cut emissions by 80% in the coming years, and this includes the tackling of plastic scourge. Scientists at the Japan Agency for Marine Earth Science and Technology are currently monitoring offshore sites to observe the impact of ocean absorption of human-generated carbon. The Arctic Challenge for Sustainability is aimed at monitoring the environmental changes around the Arctic. France has taken steps to decarbonize agriculture. It has converted 30% of its oceans to marine protected areas, and it is also taking measures to protect coral reefs and mangroves. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has aimed to achieve a net conservation benefit of 30% in the coming years, and it has taken steps by the TRSDC to conserve and maintain marine biodiversity. The UAE's Ministry of Climate Change has applied the technique of microfragmentation for coral rehabilitation. There are also environmental awards and organizations to protect the environment. These are activities taken by the UAE, or actions by the UAE to fight climate change in the past 3 decades. She organized the regional climate dialogue and has also been announced to host COP28 in 2023. Measures have been taken, but are there really any impacts? On the board behind me shows the statistics of countries who have committed to meeting SDG 14. And according to the legend, green shows achieved, yellow shows good progress, orange shows low progress, and red shows far from achievement.
Mr. Federico Brandini says that if we want to really improve our situation, we need to communicate the intensity of this problem better and improve the elementary school curriculum.
Every problem is an opportunity. Return and earn system is one of the most effective solutions to reduce plastic waste. With return and earn system, you can earn money while also saving the environment. When you return an eligible drink container to one of the return locations, you can earn a 10-cent refund. So cans, bottles, juice boxes, or poppers all can be returned. So what impact does this system bring to our society? What will happen if all of us decide to recycle only 10 bottles? You can save 58.4 liters of water. That's equivalent of 7 minutes of showering. You can save 13.04 megajoules of energy. That's enough to power your TV for 13.7 hours. You can save 0.60 kilograms of materials from going to the landfill. You can help avoid 1.20 kilograms of carbon dioxide emission. That's the same amount your car would emit by driving for 4.75 kilometers. As you can see, even recycling 10 bottles can cause a great impact. These are the NSW government accomplishments through implementing this system. So what benefits does implementing this system bring to the UAE? It will reduce the labor cost. It will also reduce the amount of waste dumped into the ocean. And the greatest advantage is it will shift people's mindset, as people will be much more interested in recycling and saving the environment.
If these small changes can create a huge impact on the climate, then each and every individual here can decide whether or not to make that small change. We have taken a step forward by implementing the biodegradable pen. As you know, the most commonly used pens are the plastic ones. As per the research done by the United Nations, 1.6 billion pens are thrown away in the US each year. That's just one country. Now imagine the rest of the world. You don't know how nature is being impacted by us slowly. Always.
Remember
that drop by drop, the ocean is filled. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have finished all the teams for today. Let's give all the teams a big round of applause. Thank you. You have all done an incredible job with your presentations. We will take now a 20 minutes while the final scores are being tallied, and then we will start the closing ceremony. سيداتي وسادتي، وصلنا لختام العروض التقديمية لهذا اليوم. دعونا نمنح كل الفرق جولة كبيرة من التصفيق. شكرا لكم، لقد قمتم بعمل رائع في عروضكم التقديمية. سنأخذ الآن استراحة مدتها 20 دقيقة لحساب النتائج النهائية، وبعد ذلك سنبدأ الحفل الختامي، ويرجى نطلب منكم العودة في تمام الساعة 2:25. شكرا جزيلا. We request you to return in exactly 2:25 when we will announce the result and the winners. Thank you. Take it now, it's better take it now. نعم أستاذة.
It's already here with the jury crystals as well, the three of them. It's
Yeah.
already in the speech.
حاضر إن شاء الله. حاضر حاضر.
Yes, ma'am. I already initiated the drop-off because today she can already remove the ones they have.
The part with them. This one.
Is that the final?
Yeah. No, that's my.
Take your phone and just check. How was it today? How was it today?
الحمد لله والله الحمد لله. Little bit. Okay, here. Slowly.
Okay, so
First, let's give a round. Okay.
to our
We would
distinguished
like to
panel,
thank the three
we would like
members
to
who have
thank
been
members
guests
who have
for us
been
for
with
the
us
last
for
2
the
days.
last 2 days, and who will not be joining us for the remaining days.
Mr.
Mr.
Mansour
Mansoor Farid, Mr. Jameel Haddad, and
Mr.
Mr.
Haytham
Hatim.
Ibrahim.
Now,
Please join us on the stage or
now
receive your
just
token
check
of
with
appreciation.
ma'am, because check with
Reem should be here?
Huh? Listen, Mr. Jameel did not join us for 2 days, but he gave us a replacement, right?
Yeah, Chris.
Mr. Christophe. Right? So just
Christophe.
check with ma'am. Can we say that instead of
instead.
just say Hatim, Mr. Hatim, Mr. Mansoor, and
Yeah,
we have Mr. Christophe representing Mr. Jameel.
Representing Mr. Jameel.
Representing.
Okay, representing Mr. Jameel.
Mr. Christophe. Later, she's doing the scoring. Just
Christophe.
wait.
I have to write his name because his name is very hard. Christophe Erkiri.
Mr. Christophe is fine.
Christophe. Representing
Representing Mr. Jameel.
Jameel or Jamal?
Jameel.
It was
Jameel.
Jameel Haddad. Okay. شوف
I'm just going to confirm again.
Huh?
I wrote it correct.
Okay. I just, there's some adjustment to the. No?
What's that? So we have.
Shall I start? Welcome back everyone. I hope you enjoyed the break. أهلا بكم من جديد. أتمنى أن تكونوا قد استمتعتم بالاستراحة. Before we begin with the awarding ceremony, please ensure your mobile phone are switched off or in silent mode. And now, let us begin by announcing the. Just 1 minute. Not now, later on. You're very exciting, huh? Now, firstly, let's give a big round of applause to our distinguished panel of judges. I'm sure we all agree that they had a tough day deciding the winners. Thank you, judges, for your time and expertise. I hope you enjoyed all the presentations. أولاً دعونا نصفق للجنة التحكيم المتميزة مرة أخرى. وأنا متأكد من أننا نتفق جميعاً على أنهم قضوا يوماً صعباً في تحديد الفائزين. شكراً لكم على وقتكم وخبرتكم. أتمنى أن تكونوا قد استمتعتم بجميع العروض التقديمية. We would like to thank the 3 members who have been with us for the last 2 days and will not be joining they will not be joining for the remaining days. Please welcome Mr. Mansour Farid and Mr. Christopher Inkri and Mr. Haitham Ibrahim. Please join us on the stage to receive a token of appreciation. نود أن نشكر نود أن نشكر أعضاء لجنة التحكيم الثلاثة الذين كانوا معنا طوال اليومين الماضيين ولن ينضموا للأيام المتبقية: السيد منصور فريد، والسيد كريستوفر إنكري، والسيد هيثم إبراهيم. يرجى الانضمام إلينا على المنصة لاستلام الدرع التقدير. One more time. And now, for the moment we have all been waiting for. The results of the competition are in. The judges have done their work, but before we announce the winner, we would like to congratulate all the contestants on their efforts today. والآن حان الوقت الذي ننتظره جميعا. ظهرت نتائج المسابقة. لقد قام الحكام بعملهم، ولكن قبل أن نعلن عن الفائزين نود أن نهنئ جميع المتسابقين على جهودهم الرائعة. Let us begin by announcing the runners-up and the winners in each category. To do the honors of giving away the awards to the winners, may I ask Ms. Habiba Al-Marashi and the respected members of the jury, they're already here, but to check. And now, for the winners for today's theme. About today's theme, conserving the true lungs of the planet, key to prevent climate change. نتعرف على الفائزين في موضوع اليوم: الحفاظ على الرئة الحقيقية للكوكب، مفتاح لمنع تغير المناخ. We have two ties, second runner-up today. Yeah, we have tie. We have two second runner-up today. The first team, please welcome Westford University College from United Arab Emirates. And the other second runner-up for today, راس الخيمة College of Medical Science, كلية راس الخيمة للعلوم الصحية. Please give a big round of applause to our second runner-up today. Congratulations. The first runner-up is the team from. احتل المركز الثاني فريق من. رحبوا معايا جامعة الملك عبد العزيز من المملكة العربية السعودية. The first runner-up is King Abdul Aziz from Saudi Arabia. دكتورة سعاد. Please give a big round of applause of King Abdulaziz University. Well done.
You are the best.
And finally, the winner for the second topic is the team from. وأخيرا الفائز في المركز الأول هو فريق. Please welcome إمام عبد الرحمن بن فيصل University from Saudi Arabia. رحبوا معايا بجامعة إمام عبد الرحمن بن فيصل من المملكة العربية السعودية. تستاهلوا تستاهلوا. I want to hear a big round of applause for our winner of the second topic. The result and the scores will be displayed on the screen. So congratulations to the winners today and job well done. Thank you. The result is
قول لهم كلهم انه you are invited to attend tomorrow, huh?
ناخذ صورة جماعية.
ها؟
صورة جماعية.
Yeah.
Please, can you join us, all of you? Please, can you join the stage to take a group photo, please? All of you is invited to join the stage.
ممكن الجميع يشاركونا على المسرح عشان ناخذ صورة جماعية. ممكن.
Please, all of you are invited to join us on the stage to take a group photo. Jamaat al-Imam, please join us to the group photo, please. Jamaat al-Imam. Please note the winners of today will automatically be considered for the overall winners positions on 24th November. We request the winning team I request the winner team today to attend the closing ceremony on 24th of November and to present by 1:15. يرجى الملاحظة سيتم اعتبار الفائزين اليوم تلقائيا من المراكز الفائزة الإجمالية في تاريخ 24 نوفمبر. نطلب من الفرق الفائزة اليوم حضور الحفل الختامي يوم 24 نوفمبر والحضور بحلول الساعة 1:15 شكرا.